Chapter 919, Countless looked at the stage at the 8th layer of heaven at the Futian temple. The rock and the ape crushed every single exterior incarnation there was. That ancient godlike figure took to the air and lashed out with its hand, bringing boundless light of particles downward. Many felt at the moment as if the stars had been brought down upon Futian. Countless looked at the stage at the 8th layer of heaven at the Futian temple. The rock and the ape crushed every single exterior incarnation there was. That ancient godlike figure took to the air and lashed out with its hand, bringing boundless light of particles downward. Many felt at the moment as if the stars had been brought down upon Futian. Futian's efforts of defending against the onslaught with all he had proved futile. He was quickly overwhelmed and ended up spitting blood, dropping limply on the stage. Someone as powerful as Futian was completely powerless against Futian and was thoroughly overpowered in a one-on-one battle. The difference was so huge that Futian had only been standing where he was throughout the fight, commanding his powers while standing proud. His tall and proud silhouette in the air enabled everyone to feel the true might of the peerless one of the 9 states. He, a cultivator from the 9 states, crushed every single doubt cast upon him with his unquestionable powers. Countless were shocked at the 8th layer of heaven. Zhao Shi hung her head low and dared not look at the outcome. Her eyes were slightly reddened and she felt endlessly pathetic. The person whom she had seen to be her destined one, was insignificant and utterly powerless before the foreigner. She felt as if something had been broken and sadness welled from her heart. She had no idea if she was feeling sad for herself or for Futian. Futian did not pay any heed to the emotions of the spectators. His eyes remained eerily sharp while the rock and the ape continued to attack the other 9 mighty ones around him. The ancient god's body invoked an even more terrifying star particle energies around its body. Boom! 2 booms were heard as the rock lashed out with the halberd at its target. The sky seemed to have been torn with the attack. The ape brandished its staff and lashed out with the 9 heavenly attacks, causing 2 mighty ones internal injuries. "Let's go," Wang Jing said. He apparently knew that his powers alone were utterly inadequate to move against Futian. Pride had no little to no place before absolute power. The fact that one was weak remained. The others shimmered at great speeds, seeing the ancient god brought its hand down on them. Powerful attacks burst and they slithered through the boundless particles, lashing out at Futian like streams of light. However, Futian had complete control of everything with that attack. Futian remained totally unfettered, seeing the mighty ones coming at him. He lifted his hand up in the air and unleashed his space-freezing rules. At the same time, he brought his rule spell to bear, the star prison. The stage seemed to have been buried by the stars in an instant. Every single mighty one who lashed out at Futian was trapped within the star prison, feeling utterly incapable of moving. Break! Dazzling light burst from Wang Jing's body, tearing the prison apart and lashing out at Futian. There was another who dissipated into hundreds of thousands of mirages and reconfigured themselves again, bringing massive destructive powers at Futian. They were all top-notch figures at the 8th layer of heaven after all and were at the pinnacle of Magi plane, which meant that they still had tricks up their sleeves to resist Futian. Futian extended his hand and an incredibly dazzling golden halberd appeared. It was a weapon materialized by coalescing the power of rules. Terrifying storm of rules circled around the halberd and he moved at the very next moment. One mighty one dissolved into a massive number of mirages and came at him with overwhelming force. Futian was totally doubtless in his movements. He flashed and lashed out with a straight thrust with the golden halberd. A terrifying vortex of destruction manifested at the tip of the weapon like a black hole. The mirages were torn to shreds in an instant and penetrated. The halberd hit flesh and blood with a crisp stabbing noise. A figure stopped moving in the air, looking at the spot below their shoulder, where power capable of tearing everything was waiting to burst, as if their entire body would have been torn to shreds if Futian so willed it. Futian flicked his arm and threw that person's body away. He continued moving forward with the halberd in his hand. Seeing the others have broken out of their predicament, he extended his left arm once again. Space-time around all seemed to have ground to a halt as the space prison was brought to bear. Boom! Yi Futian's body accelerated all of a sudden. Boundless light coursed on the halberd in his hand, while slivers of will of rules shrouded the place. The halberd shot forward. A beam of blinding light streaked through the air and crashed straight onto the star prison. The rule spell that he had laid in place exploded, and all the mighty ones who were trapped within felt as if their bodies were about to be torn apart. They all let out subdued grunts. Yi Futian flicked his arm as he saw Wang Jing coming at him. He threw the halberd with extreme force. A beam of light tore through the space and shredded Wang Jing's attack completely. The halberd was totally unstoppable. Wang Jing was utterly startled as he gathered all he was able to muster to block the attack. However, the halberd broke through his defense nonetheless, and he felt as if his body was going to explode. Blood shot from his mouth as he crashed hard onto the edge of the stage. Blood still dripped at the corner of his mouth as he hit the ground. The rock, the ape, and the dragon all shot out with a massive force to clear the battlefield. Crashing booms were heard everywhere. Soon enough, everyone on that stage but Yi Futian was panting without exception as they were all injured. Every single one of them looked at Yi Futian with pale faces. Yi Futian, who was basking in boundless glory at the moment, stood proudly in the air above the stage like some undefeatable god, looking down on his opponents. He overpowered all top 10 mighty ones of the 8th layer of heaven with his powers alone, breaking through the 8th layer of heaven. This is really something. Countless at the Jiutian temple gazed at the figure who looked invincible. Yi Futian of the 9 states making it to the 9th layer of heaven and will be ranked on the Jiutian ranking. The host of the battle presented Yi Futian with the Jiutian order token for passage into the 9th on the stage. Yi Futian's name would be listed on the Jiutian ranking and etched on the 9th layer of heaven. However, Yi Futian did not care for any of that. He looked up at the 9th layer of heaven and held the halberd in his hand high, pointing at the 9th. His next battle would be fought between him and Pei Qianying, who was listed on the Jiutian ranking. Everyone went insane at his deliberately provocative move. Cheers boomed throughout the place. It was a crazy show of force. If one were to simply boast without having the power to back it, that would have been little more than arrogance. However, Yi Futian demonstrated his prowess like none other, and that made everyone crazy about him. Pei Qianying stated that Yi Futian and the others would have learned fear and respect from that day on, and that he would wait for Yi Futian at the 9th layer of heaven. At that very moment, Yi Futian's halberd was pointed at the 9th. It was a move that made everyone go crazy. Look at Yu Xing's stage. Many turned their eyes at the other 2 stages. Yu Xing brought both demonic and Buddhist powers to bear at the same time, overpowering all of his opponents. Like Yi Futian, he went on to attack all 10 of his opponents, with every strike being earth-shaking. There were some among the 10 who were able to hit him but utterly failed to make him budge. On the other hand, one strike from Yu Xing rendered them utterly incapable of even getting up, robbing them of any fighting capacity. Such insane levels of both offense and defense inspired nothing but despair in his opponents. Yu Xing will win as well. Many shuddered deep down. Both of them were about to step into the 9th layer of heaven. The tables are in Gu Dongliu's favor and he is attacking furiously. In yet another battlefield, Gu Donglu was seen pummeling his opponent. The scene made the hearts of the spectators pump hard. Are there going to be 3 mighty ones making to the 9th layer of heaven today? The powers of Little Brother and Yu Xing are getting increasingly strong. While they did not go on pilgrimages with us for the past 3 years or so, it seemed that they never slacked in their training. Zhuge Mingyue looked at Yi Futian and Yu Xing and felt rather pleased with their combat capacity. They had been coming here all the way from the 9 states, making it past the sky stairwell and fighting their way to the 9th layer of heaven. Pei Qianying needed to pay for what he did. Yeah. The Sword Saint nodded slightly. They all hoped to nurture their little brother back in the day, but Yi Futian's powers were no longer any weaker than his elder brothers and sisters. Both the Sword Saint and Zhuge Mingyue were pleased and proud at the same time. No one below the Saint Plane could rival Yi Futian's powers within another few years. It would have been the doom for those from the great Zhou sacred dynasty who were not at Saint Plane. With yet another boom, Yu Sheng sent the last of his opponent flying. His stout, unyielding frame stood proud at the stage while shining brilliantly, looking invincible and unsurmountable. The second person to make it to the 9th layer of heaven was born that day. On Gu Dongliu's stage, Li Feng eventually became unable to withstand Gu Dongliu's relentless attacks and was hit. His body crashed into the light of the matrix of the stage and spat up blood. Li Feng lost the battle. The Jiutian temple went quiet for a moment when that happened. The crazy cheers subsided. But at the very next moment, the uproar went even more insane, resounding through the heavens. 3 mighty victors stood on 3 different stages as if they had been fighting side by side all along. Every one of them brought unquestionable power to their battles. Within the span of a single day, they, from the lower worlds, made it to the 9th layer of heaven at the same time and were all ranked on the Jiutian ranking. There had never been a scene where 3 cultivators made it to the 9th layer of heaven at the same time within a day since the founding of the Jiutian temple. All 3 of them made history that day. They made good on their words, fighting all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven. Furthermore, they did not stumble throughout their journey and had instead looked brilliant, invincible, and utterly unstoppable while they were at it. If they were to win against Pei Qianying, who was ranked on the Jiutian ranking, they would have broken through the 9th layer of heaven. It would have been enough to make one burn just imagining the scene. Many came to support the 3 who came from the lower worlds one way or another. Pei Qianying had been the one in the wrong for stripping others of their life spirit in the first place. Gu Donglu would make it to the 9th layer of heaven and gain the chance to fight him face to face. However, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng came before Gu Donglu finished what he came to do. Both of them came all the way through the 9 states. Yi Futian and the others did not care about what the spectators of the Jiutian temple thought about them and paid no heed to the cheers. They came with one specific purpose, and that was to fight Pei Qianying, not get onto the Jiutian ranking. If Pei Qianying was waiting for them at the 9th layer of heaven of the Jiutian temple, then they would have only needed to make it all the way there. The projections of the stages at the 8th layer of heaven disappeared and the lights dimmed. Countless went on to wait again at the Jiutian temple. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Gu Donglu walked towards the stands and took a look at Yi Wuchen, then said, "Let's go." They then turned around and headed for the steps. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Gu Donglu were at the forefront, making their way to the 9th layer of heaven of the Jiutian temple one step at a time. Chapter 920, Jiutian Temple on the 9th layer of heaven embodied the glorious history of Emperor Xia's realm. The countless heroic figures in the upper worlds had all made names for themselves here. So far, each of the names inscribed in the celestial ranking was dazzling. Jiutian Temple on the 9th layer of heaven embodied the glorious history of Emperor Xia's realm. The countless heroic figures in the upper worlds had all made names for themselves here. So far, each of the names inscribed in the celestial ranking was dazzling. The 9th layer of heaven was completely different from the 8th. It had a much broader magnificence. This was not only a place of law battles but also where the abbot cultivated himself. Behind the law battle platform were incomparably spectacular palaces that were just as imposing as an imperial palace. Moreover, the arrangement and placement of the stands were completely different from down below. As you went up the stairs to the 8th layer of heaven, you could set foot upon the 9th layer. There were seats on both sides, but far less than on the 8th layer. The battles that took place on the 9th layer of heaven were all battles for the Jiutian ranking. Few battles took place. Even when a battle did happen, everyone who came to watch were all extraordinary figures. Ordinary people couldn't afford the admission, and those who were qualified to come didn't need to pay admission. In front of the stairs was a caved-in law battle platform. There were no rays of light on it, nor matrices. It seemed to be dark and lightless. Continuing forward, there was another high platform, which was a very honorable seat. In front of it was a lofty palace built on top of the palaces of the 9th layer of heaven. There was also a huge stone tablet there with names carved into it. It was the Jyotian ranking. At the moment, there were 3 places open on the tablet, left for Yi Futian and the others. They had fought their way to the 9th layer of heaven and had earned the right to enter the Jyotian ranking. They would have their names engraved alongside many of the powerful figures of Emperor Xia's realm. At that moment, Pei Qianying sat upon that noble seat. Cultivators of the Jyotian ranking who came there all had the right to sit upon that seat. This was a way of showing respect to them. And Pei Qianying wasn't the only one sitting there, many people were there as well. Today's battle had surprised many people in Emperor Xia's realm, and some of the cultivators of the Jyotian ranking had personally come to observe it. There were not many seats on both sides of the platform, and they were all full. Some people were even standing. They all looked towards the stairs. They had naturally just heard that shocking scream. The people who had come from the 9 states were about to enter the Jyotian ranking on the 9th layer of heaven. A young man with an imposing manner dressed in blue robes walked up behind Pei Qianying and said, "The 3 of them have entered the Jyotian ranking, and they have just set foot on the stairs up to the 9th layer of heaven." Gu Mu, the young master of Jyotian Temple, was extremely strong. He had cultivated to the sage plane and was well acquainted with Pei Qianying. After all, Pei Qianying's talent was outstanding. He was not only on the Jyotian ranking, but he had 2 other identities. He was the young master of Juying Palace and the son of the Juying Sword Saint. Of course, had it only been for these identities, Pei Qianying would not be worthy of his friendship. Pei Qianying had also been sent to the Lihan Sword Palace to cultivate by the Juying Sword Saint. That place was known as the premier holy land for swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. The Lihan Sword Palace was at the same level as Jyotian Temple. Today, some people from the Lihan Sword Palace had come to watch the battle and cheer for Pei Qianying, the celestial companions Mo Li and Feng Yu. These 2 were both on the Jyotian ranking and were peerless masters. They were Pei Qianying's brother and sister in training. Since they were able to climb the sky stairwell, it is not surprising that they would boast that they are unrivaled in the 9 states, Pei Qianying said calmly. It's just that worthy opponents rarely come from the 9 states, and they still think they can be unrivaled in Emperor Xia's realm. In the next battle, they will understand. When Yi Futian arrived and rushed into Jyotian Temple, this could be described as revealing his talent. And by making them change their rules he could be compared to the little princess. Gu Mu smiled as he spoke. He was the young master of Jyotian Temple, so naturally, he knew everything that had happened before. There are so many powerful figures in Jyotian Temple, but that guy from the lower world is the most arrogant that I have ever seen. He's like an arrogant prince of the 9 heavens, and he thinks that in all the world only he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the princess, continued Gu Mu. He seemed kind of interested in all of this. He had seen all kinds of people in Jyotian Temple. But Yi Futian was the first of his kind that he had seen. So, after today, he will learn about respect. Pei Qianying's eyes were as sharp as swords. How could the 3 of them be equal to the 9th layer of heaven? Many years ago when he was still at the sage plane, he had fought his way onto the Jyotian ranking. Many years had passed and he had only gotten stronger. Now that he could get back on it on the Magi plane, he would do so in a sweeping manner. Over the past few years, he had fought with people on the Jyotian ranking, had cultivated at the Lihan Sword Palace, and had practiced swordsmanship with his fellow disciples. As for his sword technique, even his father said he was far beyond him. Even if the 3 of them came at him at once, what could they do? Brother, they came up the sky stairwell from the 9 states and reached the 9th layer of heaven along the way. Their power must be extraordinary. Even though you're confident, you can't be too careless. You have practiced swordsmanship, you know the cost of underestimating your opponent. Beside him, Mo Li from the Lihan Sword Palace whispered to him lightly. His voice was soft, like a gentle drizzle. He was refined and cultivated, and such a gentle person that it was hard to imagine that he was an outstanding swordsman. Of course, besides studying swordsmanship he had also studied rhythmic sorcery and the Guqin path. I understand. Pei Qianying nodded. In a sword fight, a single blow could be fatal. He would not give his opponent a chance. To climb up the sky stairwell and fight your way to the 9th layer of heaven was quite brilliant. If he defeated him, it would doubtless become a legendary story that people would pass along. However, the story was not destined to end that way. "I want to see this man who comes from the 9 states and boasts that he has no equal to," said a swift and fierce youth beside him with a smile. He was a cultivator of the Jyotian ranking, Qin Chi, who was born in one of the most prestigious holy places in Emperor Xia's realm, Qin Palace. In reality, there were extremely few people of common birth on the Jyotian ranking. They all had extraordinary status. Even if they were less well-born, they had later joined powerful forces. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs, and then there was the sound of clamoring. The sound of footsteps grew clearer and clearer, and suddenly a beam of light shot towards the stairs, and the 9th layer of heaven became quiet. Soon a face appeared in their line of sight. He was extremely handsome and looked to be only in his 20s, extremely young. Whether or not he was truly young they couldn't be sure. His eyes were deep, like a starry sky, and his long hair reached his shoulders. At that moment, he stared straight ahead, as if his gaze could pierce through the air. A majestic and cold aura emanated from him. Although he had only cultivated to the Magi plane, his aura gave people a feeling of detachment, as if he was in a high place overlooking everything. It was said that he had come from the 9 states in the lower world, and was the palace lord of a holy land. Since he was a palace lord, it was only natural that he would have such a superior aura. Beside Yi Futian, Yu Sheng and Gu Donglio's auras were equally incredible. One was vigorous and spirited, and the other was sturdy and strong. The 3 cultivators stepped onto the stairs. At that moment, some cultivators of the Jyotian ranking blocked their way and swept their gaze over the 3 of them. "Let them come up," Gumu said indifferently. The others suddenly let them pass, letting Hua Jieyu and the others step into the 9th layer of heaven. They also carried Yi Wuchen's body. Many people followed them into the 9th layer of heaven. Of course, they were all people with extraordinary identities. For example, Li Qingyun came up as well, but he had to pay a lot to do so. Yi Futian and the others walked up step by step. They came to the end of the stairs and in front of them was the caved-in law battle platform. In front of that was the high platform upon which sat many figures. One of them had eyes as sharp as swords. He seemed to have a sword will with him, and he cast his sharp gaze towards them. Even though this was the first time seeing him, it was obviously Pei Qianying. Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and the others looked coldly at Pei Qianying. They had naturally met him in the process of undergoing trials. Gu Mu stood up and said to Yi Futian, "Congratulations to the 3 of you for entering the 9th layer of heaven. You may follow me to the stone tablet and personally inscribe your names onto the Jyotian ranking, leaving your seal there." "That won't be necessary," Yi Futian said as he looked at Mu Gu. Gu Mu stood next to Pei Qianying. He had heard that the young master of Jyotian Temple had a good relationship with Pei Qianying, and where he was standing now proved that was true. Yi Futian naturally did not think that if he managed to fight his way through the 9th layer of heaven, Gu Mu would consider his viewpoint. Fighting through the 9 layers of heaven was really just a martial trial for the people of Emperor Xia's realm and a way to prove oneself, and didn't have much relationship with Jyotian Temple itself. Therefore, no one needed to consider their opponents. Moreover, he had come from the lower world. Gu Mu smiled carelessly. He was really an interesting character, which was also expected. Yi Futian and the others had not come from the lower world and fought their way to the 9th layer of heaven to get on the Jyotian ranking. Writing your name on the Jyotian ranking has centuries of history. "Are you scorning this history?" asked Qin Chi with a smile. Sure enough, he really was too arrogant and did not even care about the Jyotian ranking. Yi Futian glanced at Qin Chi. If Pei Qianying and Xia Qinyuan had not set this rule, he would not have come to the 9th layer of heaven. "I came to find him." Yi Futian looked at Pei Qianying and said, "Where is the life spirit?" At that moment Yi Wuqian's face contorted as his spiritual energy fluctuated and became stronger. His life spirit was still in his opponent's hands. What does the sword Saint of the Void have to do with you? At that moment a sharp sword will fill the air. Yi Futian looked at the person beside Pei Qianying. It was someone on the Saint Plane, similar to Pei Qianying. It was obviously the Zhuiying Sword Saint. The Zhuiying Sword Saint looked at the village chief behind Yi Futian. He had seen him before. The Sword Saint of the Void? Mo Li and Feng Zhao's eyes flashed. They had been born in the Lihan Sword Palace, so they naturally knew of the Sword Saint of the Void. He was the old rival of their master. After the Sword Saint of the Void had fallen, the Lihan Sword Master had become the top swordsman of Emperor Xia. Yi Futian looked at his opponents. He felt coldness emanate from the Zhuiying Sword Saint. He had heard the village chief say that in the past the Zhuiying Sword Saint had called upon the Sword Saint of the Void and been rejected. Senior. Mo Li and Feng Zhao looked at the Zhuiying Sword Saint. The person behind him is the Sword Saint of the Void's sword servant from all those years ago, said the Zhuiying Sword Saint. The two of them looked at the village chief, and then their gaze once again fell upon Yi Futian. No wonder someone from the lower world was so outstanding, he had a connection to the Sword Saint of the Void. Since you have a connection to the Sword Saint of the Void, you will leave on your own, and depart from the 9th level of heaven, Feng Zhao said coldly to Yi Futian. She respected the Sword Saint of the Void whose name had once shaken the heavens and the earth. If Yi Futian was to fight today, he could not bear the cost of defeat. Chapter 921, Yi Futian turned his gaze to Feng Zhao. Yi Futian turned his gaze to Feng Zhao. Leave the 9th layer of heaven? He had come from the 9 states, climbed the sky stairwell, and entered Jiutian Temple to come here and see the person who had stripped Wuqian of his life spirit. Feng Zhao had asked him to leave the 9th layer of heaven. But Feng Zhao's face was calm and unperturbed, as if she was only thinking of Yi Futian's benefit. To say the name of the Sword Saint of the Void and then ask him to leave was the height of arrogance. However, if he was able to sit up there, then this Feng Zhao must be a powerful figure in the upper worlds. Facing someone who came from the lower world, he would naturally feel a strong sense of superiority. Even though he had fought his way into the 9th layer of heaven, it seemed like that was still not enough for them to take him seriously. After all, those who sat up above had all done that before. Those people's names shook the upper worlds. As far as they were concerned, these guys fighting their way to the 9th layer of heaven and wanting to break through Jiutian Temple was just a case of some crazy disciples from the lower world who were too big for their boots. In that case, let them be too big for their boots. Why don't you make Pei Qianying give back the life spirit, and at the same time remove your own life spirit in penance? Yi Futian glanced at Feng Zhao, his arrogant spirit seeming to blow against his face. Feng Zhao frowned. Those on the seats up above looked interested in their conversation. 3 days ago, they had heard that someone from the 9 states in the lower world had broken into the 9 heavens and that he was arrogant and overbearing. Today they discovered that he deserved that reputation. Pei Qianying is a disciple of the Lihan Sword Palace. Who do you think you are asking him to give back the life spirit and remove his own as penance? Feng Zhao saw how impolite Yi Futian was, and so her tone became colder. She respected the Sword Saint of the Void, and so when she remembered that he had a connection to her opponent she tried to persuade him. Yi Futian had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven and challenged Pei Qianying. If he was defeated, Pei Qianying would let him go. At that time, the cost would not just be leaving the 9th layer of heaven. Yi Futian stepped forward. Yu Sheng and Gu Donglu followed him, moving forward step by step. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Feng Zhao and said, I have come from the 9 states, climbed the sky stairwell, and arrived here. Who do you think you are to ask me to leave? Feng Zhao's face became even colder, but she saw Yi Futian's gaze shift. He did not look at her anymore but instead looked at Pei Qianying. People from the barren state came here with Xia Qingyuan to undergo trials, along with some people from the upper worlds. Together they went to the ruins for the trials. The sword will was refined and taken by Futian, and for this, you took the opportunity to strip him of his life spirit? Yi Futian's eyes were extremely sharp as he advanced step by step towards Pei Qianying. Pei Qianying stared back at Yi Futian. A terrible sword will could be seen in his eyes, and he said, during trials, cultivators must take the chances offered to them by the Great Path. If one is powerless and cannot take the chance, why not seize it from them? You trapped us in the ruins, sent people to rob and kill us and strip the life spirit. You call this taking the chances offered by the Great Path? Gu Donglu stepped forward, his eyes cold. Do you have any idea how insignificant you are? Yi Wuchen forcibly molded the sword will of the ruins, but did he really think he could hold on to it, said someone beside Pei Qianying coldly. If not for the princess, do you think you could have survived coming here? Now you have brought 2 helpers from the lower world, do you think that will let you turn the tables and reclaim the life spirit? This was Xing Sen, a cultivator of the Jiutian ranking and a friend of Pei Qianying. Gu Donglu glanced at him sharply and said, when Pei Qianying removed Wuchen's life spirit, this one had a part in it. He has acted against us. He comes up to the 9th layer of heaven and looks upon us upper worlders as nothing. What confidence! Qin Chi said with a smile as he looked at these newly arrived cultivators with interest. He looked forward to seeing how much combat capability these people from the 9 states had. Would they be able to leave here alive? In the stands, everyone calmly watched what was happening. It looked like these figures of the Jiutian ranking were very dissatisfied with Yi Futian's arrogance, as many of them had already expressed. Of course, many of them were just sitting there and watching the excitement without saying anything. Today they had come only to watch a battle. They wanted to see if these people who boasted of the excellence of the 9 states could shake Pei Qianying of the Jiutian ranking. Yi Futian swept his gaze over those who had spoken as he walked up to the edge of the steps. The caved-in law battle platform was in front of him. The wind blew through his white robe. He looked up at the figures sitting there proudly. They were all cultivators on the Jiutian ranking, the heroic figures of the upper worlds. Of course, they were proud and confident. Why would they care about someone who had come from the lower world? Any struggle by words was pale and powerless. Blood. Only blood could repay. You are correct. Yi Futian swept his gaze across the cultivators in the honored seats. Forget the 9 layers of heaven. Even if there were 10, if Pei Qianying was on the 10th, I would still break through to that one. An invisible pressure pervaded the 9th layer of heaven. The silence was a little frightening. No one made a sound. Even the cultivators in the stands maintained their silence as they watched that figure standing proudly on the stairs. His robe fluttered in the wind and his black hair flowed down to his shoulders as he looked at those cultivators of the Jiutian ranking. He had come up the sky stairwell from the 9 states. Forget 9 layers, if there had been a 10th layer of heaven he would have broken through to it. How arrogant! They all looked at Yi Futian as well. The young master of Jiutian Temple, Gu Mu, Mo Li of the Lihan Sword Palace, Feng Shao, Pei Qianying, Qin Chi, Xing Sen, and many others' eyes all fell upon Yi Futian. He had admitted that he did not care about the Jiutian ranking. He would have even fought his way up to the 10th layer of heaven. The figures on the Jiutian ranking were the top talents of Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian's words were indeed unprecedented. Princess Xia Qingyuan was proud, but hers was a reserved sort of pride. Do you want to try me? Yi Futian swept his gaze over Qin Chi and Xing Sen, as he continued to speak with pride and dignity. There was another burst of silence. This was the cultivator who wanted to skip over the Jiutian ranking. At that moment a noise came from the sky. Everyone in Jiutian Temple looked up and saw an incomparably beautiful divine bird flying in the air above them. Jiutian Temple was a restricted airspace. There were few in Emperor Xia's realm who would dare fly there. However, when everyone saw that beast, they did not feel that something was wrong, rather, they felt their hearts beating faster. Princess Xia Qingyuan had arrived. This legendary figure of Emperor Xia's realm had come to personally observe the battle. A burst of wild noise rang out from Jyotian Temple as they saw her descend from the sky towards the 9th layer of heaven. A frightening aura emanated from her. She was a sacred beast. On the 9th layer of heaven, everyone looked up with solemn expressions. Qingyuan descended as a sacred beast, but a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothing stepped down towards the seats of honor. Everyone made way for her and left the highest seat for her. No one dared to sit near her. "Welcome, Princess." Gu Mu, Mo Li, Feng Shao, and the others stood and bowed in greeting. Everyone in the stands stood up as well. Yi Futian looked at her. Although she was dressed as a man, she was still more beautiful than any other woman. In the lower world, she was a supervising inspector. In the upper worlds, she was Emperor Xia's little princess, whom everyone respected. Yi Futian could understand Saint Xia's initial attitude towards her. In front of her, even ordinary figures of the saint plane must bow their heads. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian as well. She was still quite impressed by him. He had refused to go to the trials with her but had climbed the sky stairwell through his own power. Moreover, he had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven. His talent was not only unparalleled in the lower world. Yi Futian, of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, "Greets you, Princess," said Yi Futian. But he did not bow in greeting. The 9 states were Emperor Xia's land of orthodoxy. He was the palace lord of a holy land and was naturally under Emperor Xia's command. He greeted the princess as normal, but as a palace lord of a holy land, he did not need to bow. Xia Qingyuan still stared at him. She sensed a hint of arrogance and coldness from his eyes. She knew why. It must be because Yi Wuqian's life spirit was removed. "You may continue," said Xia Qingyuan. She sat down as if she was just an outsider who had come to watch the battle. "If that's the case, then let's get started." Gu Mu stepped forward and said in a loud clear voice, "Raise the Jyotian Law battle platform." When he said this, numerous cultivators suddenly stepped forward towards the caved-in platform and started up the matrix. In a flash, the law battle platform began to shake. The floor seemed to move, accompanied by a brilliant light blooming. The law battle platform began to rise. Not only this but the seats where Xia Qingyuan and the others began to rise as well, getting higher and higher, staying higher than the law battle platform. Battles on the 9th layer of heaven were all battles of the Jyotian ranking. Everyone who sat up there was on the Jyotian ranking or was an extraordinary person. For example, Xia Qingyuan was up there, so, the observation stands always had to be higher than the platform. The Jyotian Law battle platform rose into the air, and suddenly, a brilliant radiance bloomed. At this moment, everyone there could see everything on the platform and could see Xia Qingyuan sitting in her place of honor. A loud sound came from the law battle platform and shot into the sky. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Gu Donglu stepped forward and walked up to the platform. When they saw 3 figures walking up, Jyotian Temple was once again thrown into an uproar. 3 people fighting at the same time. Could it be that Pei Qianying was going to fight all 3 of them? Pei Qianying had said before that today he would teach Yi Futian and the others respect. Could he do it? High up in the stands, Pei Qianying rose to his feet. Sword Qi wrapped around him, making him look extremely brilliant. Then, as everyone watched breathlessly, Qin Qi and Xing Sun rose as well. Everyone's hearts beat faster. Pei Qianying, Qin Qi, and Xing Sun were all cultivators of the Jyotian ranking. Today, in the 9th layer of heaven, the 3 men who had come from the 9 states, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Gu Donglu, were going to fight 3 great cultivators of the Jyotian ranking. Everyone held their breath as they watched this shocking scene. Nothing this crazy had ever happened in Jyotian Temple before. Chapter 922. In Jyotian Temple, everyone looked up at the law battle platform in the air. In Jyotian Temple, everyone looked up at the law battle platform in the air. That sacred law battle platform had borne witness to a multitude of glorious battles. Now there were 6 cultivators standing atop it. Pei Qianying, the son of the Zhuiying sword saint and disciple of the Lihan sword palace, was a master swordsman. It was said that he had melded the Lihan heaven sword technique and the Zhuiying palace sword technique together, giving him incredible power. Qin Chi of Qin Palace had cultivated in the overbearing style. This extremely arrogant style took all the power of heaven and earth and the great path into itself and was said to resound throughout the ages. In the vast heavens, the founder of Qin Palace was said to be someone at the Renhuang level, and the overbearing style had been started at Qin Palace. Xing Sen was also extraordinary. He had cultivated his flesh until it could be said that it was unparalleled. His arrogance was unsurpassed. The rule power of his body could not be broken, and he was indestructible. He could break ritual implements with his flesh and blood body. All of the figures standing on the law battle platform had glorious histories. However, other than the people on the 9th layer of heaven, everyone in Jiutian Temple had seen how the 3 cultivators from the 9 states had fought their way through the heavens. Could they really be weaker than them? This battle would change the character and history of Jiutian Temple. In today's battle, would the heroes of the upper worlds teach the cultivators of the lower world respect? Or would they break through the 9th layer of heaven? Everyone would have to wait and see. The earth-shaking clamor gradually subsided as everyone held their breath and stared at the 9th layer of heaven. Finally, the 3 cultivators in the air above the law battle platform moved. The 3 cultivators, Qin Chi, Xing Sen, and Pei Qianying seemed to have a tacit understanding. They stepped forward at the same time towards Yi Futian and the others. Pei Qianying stood in the middle, facing Yi Futian. Qin Chi walked towards Gu Donglu. Xing Sen walked towards Yu Sheng. There was only one battle platform, but it was big enough to accommodate 3 great battles. The 3 of them walked slowly towards the steps, and with every step, a thunderstorm seemed to sweep out towards Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian stood there feeling a terrible current of swordsmanship flowing around him. It seemed like there was an infinite sword will falling towards him, but he still stood there calmly, watching the figure walking towards him. His eyes were full of pride, and he looked extremely indifferent. Xing Sen's footsteps made the stairs tremble. A powerful aura came from him and pressed towards Yu Sheng. The aura reached Yu Sheng before he did, making him seem like a god of war. But Yu Sheng gazed at him coldly, not moving at all. He stood there as firmly as a mountain. Even if the sky fell before him, his face would not change. Gu Donglu had said that Yi Wuchen's life spirit had been taken away, and this person had had a hand in it. He clenched his fists and a cracking sound rang out. He was full of an overbearing power, and dark golden light flowed out and covered his hands, making it seem like they had been cast in gold. Boom! At that moment, the sky trembled, and everyone in Jiutian Temple looked to Qin Chi and saw that he had set foot upon the staircase. An unparalleled overbearing airflow flowed out from his body as he stared at Gu Donglu. Those from the 9 states in the lower world seek to fight their way through the 9 heavens? Asked Qin Chi. His voice rolled out into the sky. His body was bathed in endless light. As he spoke, he stepped forward. In a flash, a rule power swept out. It came down from the sky and crashed into Gu Donglu. His life spirit flashed behind him, and sunlight bloomed. A brilliant 9-layer pagoda appeared, with a golden dragon wrapped around it. It flew upwards, and it overlooked Gu Donglu with its massive eyes. At this moment, Qin Chi seemed like a true son of the dragon, unmatched in this world. How many people in the 9 heavens are as strong as the princess and have not claimed to be peerless, continued Qin Chi. Suddenly a burst of brilliance swept out from the 9-layer pagoda. The power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and everyone saw multiple illusory pagodas falling onto Gu Donglu, seeking to crush him into the platform. The countless people in Jiutian Temple looked at Qin Chi. With his arrogant manner, he sought to kill Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu naturally felt the overwhelming pressure. He was much stronger than any opponent he had faced before. The 9-word ring wrapped around him, and a celestial shadow appeared. His thoughts swept out and he felt the power of all the heavens. But he discovered that all the power of heaven and earth here was being used by his opponent, and he was using it to suppress him. The overbearing style took all the power of heaven and earth and the great path into itself. Rumble. A terrible power swept out, blowing Gu Donglio's robes and hair. He felt his body being pressed down. Qin Chi continued to step into the sky, and the image of a true dragon descended. The 9-layer pagoda glowed as bright as the heavens. In all the world, it seemed that only he existed. With every step, his aura grew stronger and pressed down on the heavens. This was Qin Chi of the Qin Palace. People from the lower world dared to boast that they were unmatched. An extremely arrogant voice came forth from Qin Chi as he stepped forward once more. In that instant, a huge gold dragon swooped down and the endless pagoda collapsed. The sky shook. At this moment, he was the only one on the battle platform who was unmatched. The 9-word ring wrapped around Gu Donglio's body. He summoned the 9 gods of war and they appeared all around him. The light of 9 words flashed brilliantly, resisting the pressure that pressed down on him. It seemed like the great path of heaven and earth was collapsing. Qin Chi was not the only one launching an attack at the moment. On the other side, Xing Sun stepped towards Yu Sheng. His sturdy body was full of explosive power, and his physical form was not any weaker than Yu Sheng's. He did not step through the air like Qin Chi but came directly down onto the law battle platform. He walked towards Yu Sheng, and each step was filled with earth-shaking power, making him seem like a god of war, unmatched within his generation. Boom! A loud noise rang out. Xing Sun stepped forward and all the power of heaven and earth seemed to press down on Yu Sheng as Xing Sun alighted upon the platform. His body grew bigger and his robe ripped open. His muscles exploded in size. He raised his arms and struck out towards Yu Sheng. In that instant, there were a series of loud sounds, and the air seemed to have been pierced. The weight of the sky pressed down on Yu Sheng. Bang! Yu Sheng stepped out and slammed his fist into his opponent's. His dark golden fist was filled with incomparable power as it came together with Xing Sen's. At that moment, Yu Sheng felt an incredible dark power. The power coming from Xing Sen's arms seemed endless as they struck at him in quick succession, each strike accompanied by a loud noise. The two of them retreated at the same time. Rumble. Xing Sen stepped onto the ground and a huge, burly shadow appeared behind him, standing there like a god of war. Suddenly, Xing Sen's body melded into it, and a billowing airflow rose up around him, devouring all the power of the heavens. He stepped out once again to attack Yu Sheng. He said coldly, "In the world of cultivators the weak have no right to take away the gifts of the great path." He was obviously talking about Yi Wuchen's theft. In the instant that he spoke, he launched another assault. Everything was broken as the battle platform shook. Such power, everything was extremely quiet in Jiutian Temple. Everyone held their breath as they watched the battle. They were so strong. Were these the cultivators of the Jiutian ranking? This was truly a battle of the 9th layer of heaven. At the center of the platform, Pei Qianying cast a glance at the battles taking place on both sides. Then, he walked proudly towards Yi Futian. He walked through the air, and with each step, an extremely sharp sword will descended towards Yi Futian. However, at that moment starry laws appeared around Yi Futian, letting him stand his ground even as the sword wills fell. He still stood there calmly. He looked up and shot a cold glance at Pei Qianying as he walked towards him. Pei Qianying's eyes were as sharp as his sword's. The shrieking sword wills flowed around Yi Futian. He could feel his spirit shuddering. Pei Qianying stretched out his hand, and suddenly, all the sword wills gathered above Yi Futian's head and turned into a sword of the great path. The sword qi swallowed up everything. Standing under the sword, Yi Futian felt like his spiritual will was about to be broken. He felt a strong sense of threat, as if this sword could cleave his soul in two. Someone like him was not suitable for cultivating the great path, nor should he have taken what he did. I stripped him of his life spirit because he did not know his place. Pei Qianying looked at Yi Futian and coldly said, "You are the same. You say that you are without peers in the 9 states and can run about freely in the lower world. But you have come from the lower world to the 9th layer of heaven without knowing your place. I will help you learn it." As he spoke, a huge sword descended from the sky, carrying a monstrous sword will and cutting through the air. In that instant, the spiritual will that filled Yi Futian seemed to be torn and shattered. The sword will covered the battlefield, breaking all spiritual willpower. Yi Futian looked to the sky and suddenly the starry light bloomed, forming a star prison. However, the star broke right through it, tearing it bit by bit. His spiritual will could not be integrated into heaven and earth, and began to break. This sword technique was known as the Lihan sword. In the stands, Feng Shao looked coldly at Yi Futian. She naturally knew that since he had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven he was extremely talented, but could the people of the Jiutian ranking be weaker than him? These 3 cultivators from the lower world wanted to break through the Jiutian ranking. How naive! Yi Futian struck out with his fist. The Lihan sword was breaking everything. Huge explosions sounded continuously through the air, and Yi Futian's body drifted backward. Is this your so-called peerlessness? Pei Qianying walked forward, pursuing and attacking Yi Futian. An even stronger sword will appeared, covering the sky. Everyone in Jiutian Temple watched the battle unfold. All the cultivators from the lower world were being suppressed. This was the extraordinary power of the Jiutian ranking. Even though Yi Futian and the others had used their extraordinary abilities to fight their way up to the 9th layer of heaven, they would not be able to get through here. Chapter 923, Pei Qianying, Qin Qi, Xing Senator. These geniuses on the Jiutian ranking naturally had more trump cards. Pei Qianying, Qin Qi, Xing Senator. These geniuses on the Jiutian ranking naturally had more trump cards. Yi Futian and the others had fought their way up from the lower worlds, but they would probably meet a tragic end. Seeing Yi Futian being knocked back, Pei Qianying would naturally not let him off. Countless sword wills descended and he continued forward. On the battle arena, shadow blades appeared with void glows around them. Go! Pei Qianying pointed towards Yi Futian and instantly, tens of thousands of illusory blades of light slashed towards Yi Futian. There was no way he could block them all. Starry brilliance shone around Yi Futian and continued to shield him. He repeatedly stepped back, and thunderous sounds could be heard as the blades slashed over and over, eventually penetrating through the starry brilliance and tearing it to shreds. He's being suppressed. There were countless experts on the 9th layer of heaven watching the match, and they were stunned when they saw the scene. The Zhuying Sword Saint's son, Lihan Heaven's disciple, Pei Qianying, was not someone that could be defeated by a person from the lower worlds, even if Yi Futian claimed that he was unparalleled in the lower worlds. Was the difference between the 8th and 9th layer of heaven really that huge? At that moment, Li Qingyun, who was watching on the 9th layer of heaven, frowned. He had seen how Yi Futian had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven and he had personally experienced Yi Futian's strength for himself. He was definitely not that weak. Although the battle arena had a matrix that concealed the 2 of their auras and they could only see but not feel it, he still felt that something was off. On the battle arena, starry brilliance lit up around Yi Futian and gathered around him. The countless sword qi slashed towards him. Pei Qianying stood above Yi Futian, looking down at his opponent. The sharp sword in his hand moved as tens of thousands of sword wills slashed in the surrounding area, landing on the starry brilliance and shattering it repeatedly. Seeing the exploding light screen and the struggling Yi Futian, Pei Qianying walked across the air and said proudly, "You are much weaker than I expected. Let's end this." As his voice landed, a brilliant light flashed from behind Pei Qianying and a blade appeared. Like a shadow, the blade could pass through the void and move through reality. It accumulated all the sword wills in the area and landed above Yi Futian's head, releasing tens of thousands of sword shadows. A wave of destructive force emanated and shattered all the force from his spiritual will. The blades hummed as they floated above Yi Futian's head and created brilliant phantoms. Descend. As Pei Qianying's voice landed, he looked coldly at Yi Futian with a disparaging expression. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. The crowd only saw a ray of light descending from the heavens like a flash of lightning. The entire battle arena lit up with blades of light and many people could not bear to watch. How was Yi Futian to block this falling sword? The blinding light shone as the blade of light slashed through the starry brilliance, causing the area where Yi Futian was to be flooded by light. Perhaps, he would disappear forever in the next moment. Many people thought so. However, the sword saint, Zhuge Mingyue, Hua Jieyu, and the other Baron State's disciples all watched calmly. There was absolute trust in their expressions. Nobody understood and trusted Yi Futian's strength more than them. So what if this was the 9th layer of heaven in the Jiutian temple? Even if there was a 10th layer of heaven, he would clear it easily. The blinding light erupted on the battle arena and countless people in the Jiutian temple stared at where the blade of light had been. Pei Qianying stood in the sky with absolute confidence. Once his blade struck, the self-proclaimed unparalleled person in the 9 states would be dead. Oh! At that moment, Pei Qianying raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have noticed something as his expression became sharp. With a single thought, sword qi rampaged in the heavens, tearing through everything. However, it seemed like his life spirit sword had been bound. Under the blade of light, Yi Futian's figure gradually became clearer. He still stood there calmly, raising his head into the air. Above his head, there was a sword, but at that moment, it was swaying rapidly with a humming sound. Around the sword, starry brilliance had lit up and the space appeared to have frozen. It had been imprisoned by starry laws and the sword had been buried alongside the space. What's happening? Countless people in the Jiutian temple saw the scene and gasped. They stared at the direction where Yi Futian was in, only to see him raise his hand. At that moment, the seemingly indomitable shadow sword vibrated rapidly, unable to break free. It appeared to be trapped. Killing intent gushed from Pei Qianying's eyes. He stepped forward and pointed at Yi Futian. Immediately, sword wills flooded the area and shattered the spiritual will. The shadow sword that had broken free continued its descent. However, at that moment, a starry illusion appeared behind Yi Futian, as though all the constellations in the sky were surrounding him while the brilliance from the stars erupted. The sword and light rays clashed and drowned each other out rapidly, but the sword will was unable to reach Yi Futian. At that moment, on the viewing gallery of the battle arena, the Juying sword saint had a sharp expression while Mo Li and Feng Shao also had similar expressions. Yi Futian had concealed his true strength. Moreover, he had done it to lure Pei Qianying into releasing his life spirit. Why did he do so? The experts on the 9th layer of heaven all had shocked expressions. They had recalled the enmity between Pei Qianying and Yi Futian was because of Yi Wuchen. Pei Qianying had extracted Yi Wuchen's life spirit. As they recalled this, many people's hearts started pounding. A deafening roar sounded out as a giant divine ape appeared behind Yi Futian. Its giant arms stretched out towards Pei Qianying's sword life spirit, grasping the entire area in its palm. The sword life spirit was also grasped into its palm. At that moment, Yi Futian's body started to float. The countless sword wills that were rushing towards him seemed to slow down and were then blocked by the light from the stars. It was as though fending off the opponent's blows was an insignificant task to Yi Futian, completely different from his prior attempts. Soon, Yi Futian had risen to the same height as Pei Qianying. The sword life spirit was being held by the divine ape beside him. "I'm done," Yi Futian said. However, it was naturally not meant for Pei Qianying. "Okay." In the adjacent battle arena, Gu Donglu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Qin Chi still stood proudly in the air, releasing his supremacy technique and crushing everything. The pure-blooded dragon and 9-tiered pagoda pressured down, smashing everything in their way. He had been defending all the while, just like Futian, as though he was dominated. At that moment, Gu Donglio's life spirit became even more dazzling, as though a celestial light was being released to engulf the area. The 9 war gods stood in the 9 major directions, but at that moment, they had merged to form one and appeared behind Gu Donglu, assimilating into his life spirit. At that moment, the aura on Gu Donglu erupted and the heavens resonated with him. He raised his head and looked at Qin Qi in the air. His Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power were extremely brilliant as they floated into the air, seemingly everywhere. Qin Qi frowned and his expression changed. At that moment, he had a feeling as though Gu Donglu was everywhere in the area. He naturally understood that this was the result of Gu Donglio's spiritual will resonating with the heavens. It was as if all the energy in the area could be used by him. What was this ability? Exerting the supremacy technique to its limit, Qin Qi stepped forward again, trampling the earth and suppressing time-space. The pure-blooded dragon and pagoda's light screen rushed towards Gu Donglu. The 9 words around Gu Donglu transformed into a light screen and rose upwards. The 2 forces clashed and with a deafening sound, they were both eradicated. Gu Donglu raised his head. At that moment, he was omniscient and omnipresent. The great path had resonated with him and his will was absolute. In the skies, countless rays of light emanated from the 9 words and descended from the heavens. Go, Gu Donglu said. Instantly, Qin Qi felt like there were countless copies of Gu Donglu in the surrounding area. The light from the 9 words crashed down on him with suppression rule power, force rule power, shredding rule power and many other rule powers. Qin Qi's expression became extremely grim. The pure-blooded dragon surrounded his body, and boundless rays of light burst forth from the 9-tiered pagoda. However, the light from the 9 words rushed towards him without end. At that moment, Gu Donglu was like a celestial god and floated in front of Qin Qi, striking out with his palm. Behind him, the celestial shadow rose and the energy around them seemed to strike out as well. Countless words crushed down on Qin Qi and he let out a thunderous roar and tried to fend it off, but the palm prince descended upon him. Bang! With a loud sound, Qin Qi was slammed towards the viewing gallery and his organs ruptured as he coughed up blood. There is no boundary in cultivation. Why can't people from the lower worlds dominate the 9 layers of heaven? Gu Donglio's voice sounded throughout the Jiutian temple as countless gazes looked towards his peerless figure. They had all been tricked. The Jiutian rankings Qin Qi had been crushed. At the same time, in the other battle arena, Yusheng no longer retreated after Yi Futian's words. An eye-catching light lit up around his body as he entered his battle form. Golden rays pierced through his body and he looked like an unparalleled war god. Crash! A roaring sound could be heard as Xing Sen's fist landed on Yusheng's battle form. However, this time, Yusheng only faltered slightly as he stood steadily and looked at Xing Sen in front of him. How could this be? Xing Sen let out a gasp as he looked at Yusheng. However, Yusheng stared at him and said, "Weaklings have no right to obtain opportunities and even less right to take it from others." As his voice landed, Yusheng's golden fist punched out. On his fist, a brilliant light appeared. It seemed to have the light of the gods and the roar of demons at the same time. Xing Sen retreated as he struck out with his fist again. Both of their fists clashed as a crisp crackling sound could be heard. Even though Xing Sen's fist will came in waves, but at that moment, the waves of his fist will had all been shattered and an overbearing force engulfed him, devouring all his force. The fist will penetrated his body and shattered his bones. Blood trickled down the side of Xing Sen's mouth. Bang! Yusheng stepped forward and struck out yet again with his fist. Just one fist was enough to send Xing Sen flying towards the edge of the battle arena. He felt as though his organs had been pulverized. His burly figure slumped over as his bones had been shattered. In the Jiutian temple, countless gazes froze as they stared intently at the battles in the 2 arenas. The situations had been reversed in an instant. Yi Futian had risen into the air while Gu Donglu and Yu Sheng had defeated Qin Qi and Xing Sen in dominating fashion. Their hearts pounded vigorously as they looked at the final battle in the middle. Pei Qianying's sword life spirit was still struggling to no avail. At that moment, the confidence on Pei Qianying's face finally disappeared. The battles in the other two arenas had made him understand that Yi Futian had been toying with him all along. Pei Qianying looked towards Yi Futian but only saw scorn and coldness in his eyes. It was as if he had never been treated seriously. "So, how should I deal with you?" Yi Futian asked calmly. Pei Qianying had claimed that he would know respect after the battle. He had claimed that Yi Wuchen had not been self-aware, so he had his life spirit extracted. He was also not self-aware, so Yi Futian would do the same for him. Chapter 924. Everyone in Jiutian Temple looked at the two figures who stood on the law battle platform. Everyone in Jiutian Temple looked at the two figures who stood on the law battle platform. Gu Donglu and Yu Sheng had both defeated their opponents, leaving only the final battle. And from those battles, people could already infer that Pei Qianying would come to tragedy in this fight. Yi Futian had purposely given ground to him for the purpose of restraining his spirit and to make him let go of his control. What was he trying to do? All was silent in Jiutian Temple, even in the highest stands. Everyone had become aware of something. The Zhuying Sword Saint's face grew unusually ugly. Pei Qianying was in danger. Pei Qianying's spiritual will had been released, and the sound of it smashing between the divine ape's fists rang out continuously. The sword spirit tried to break the restraints, but the divine ape's spirit held Yi Futian's spiritual willpower. When the rule power was released, his two fists were like the sturdiest prison, as they pressed down firmly on the sword spirit. At that moment, Yi Futian reached out and suddenly, the starry brilliance flowed, turning into a long staff that he held in his hand. Starry rule power flowed around the staff. A surging pressure swept out towards Pei Qianying. Everyone watched Yi Futian's movements. It seemed that now he was really getting serious boom. Yi Futian stepped forward and the clouds and wind moved. His rule power roared, and the situation was wildly in his favor. When cultivating the great path, the weak have no right to take the gifts that heaven offers, asked Yi Futian coldly. His majestic aura swept out, and time and space seemed to freeze. Pei Qianying felt the sword will around him begin to slow down. As he waved his hands, a sword will flowed down from the sky. The Lihan sword cut through the space will and broke him free of his restraints. Those who don't know their place should lose their life spirits, continued Yi Futian. He stepped forward again. The air trembled as his incomparable spiritual will swept out. The great path rules covered the sky and were not destroyed. At this moment he was like a god that everyone should pay homage to. Pei Qianying made the sword will wrap around his body, breaking the space rule power and not letting it freeze him in place. Otherwise, he would have no hope in this battle. The cultivators of the upper worlds disdain everything, and the ants of the lower world have no way to break through the 9th layer of heaven. Yi Futian's voice shook the 9 heavens, and with each step, he shook the ground. The power of the great path was growing stronger and stronger, and the shadow of the staff blotted out the sky. It was as if his staff technique had been integrated into his power. Pei Qianying felt that pressure that was so powerful it could collapse the sky, and his face went pale. The sword will in front of him gathered together, forming a huge Lihan sword. It tore through all the rule power around him as a light sword, also destroying shadow of the staff. You are as insignificant as an ant. You do not even know how weak you are, and yet you dared take my brother's life spirit? You plundered the good fortune of the great path. Do you think this is right? Yi Futian's voice was extremely cold. He put his physical strength into play, and the hand that held the staff was filled with limitless power. A terrible brilliance passed through him like it was drilling a hole, making his power grow even stronger. He likely did not just want to defeat Pei Qianying. He had taken Wu Chen's life spirit, made Jieyu and the others fight their way to the 9th layer of heaven, and had regarded his sworn brothers as ants. In this battle, he would let Pei Qianying know what was meant by an infinite abyss. Pei Qianying saw his imposing figure. Yi Futian had terrorized him with force. His mind was shaken, and the confidence had disappeared from his face. His eyes were turning bloodshot. Ling Tian's sword will burst out from him, and Pei Qianying's Lihan sword sliced through space, cutting the rule power and splitting the space-freezing rules. The sharp sword shot up into the sky towards Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian stood there without moving. He swept his gaze over Pei Qianying, and a monstrous power covered his body, imprisoning all the power in the space around him. A sharp crashing sound rang out. The sharp sword still shot forward, but its power grew weaker and weaker until it nearly stopped. The sword was smashed in the starry brilliance, and Yi Futian's mighty power pressed down on both Pei Qianying and the sword. The power of heaven and earth was integrated into Yi Futian's rule power, but the Lihan sword continued to cut down. Pei Qianying's face went pale and his heart pounded. He clearly felt the rule power that his spiritual will had created, and the Lihan will could not destroy it. The willpower was too firm, it could not be shaken even by the pounding of 1,000 hammers. When Yi Futian had tested St. Zhang's medicine at 9 State College, he had not only tempered his flesh, his spiritual will was extremely stable. Even if Pei Qianying's Lihan will could target his spiritual willpower, thus breaking the rules, breaking his accumulated rule power would not be easy. I came from the 9 states in the lower world, climbed the sky stairwell, and made it to the 9th layer of heaven. Everyone here thinks they are the best in all the upper and lower worlds. Yi Futian stared at Pei Qianying as he said proudly, "But are you worthy of that title?" He continued forward as he spoke, waving his long staff. It covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Pei Qianying went pale. He wanted to retreat, but how could he under Yi Futian's rules? Bang! There was a loud noise as Yi Futian's staff swept Pei Qianying's sword away, shattering it, and continued down, smashing into Pei Qianying and sending him falling to the ground below. But Yi Futian did not stop. His figure flashed as he pursued him. He smashed him with the staff again. Bang! Another loud noise rang out. Pei Qianying spat up blood as all his bones were broken. His face was deathly pale. Bang! 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 The staff's shadow continued to rise and fall. The two men danced upon the platform. With every bang, the people in Jiutian Temple's hearts beat faster. Was this really a law battle of the 9 heavens? This battle that everyone had come to watch, that countless people in Jiutian Temple paid rapt attention to, had been gathering interest for 3 days. Pei Qianying saying that he would teach them respect had pushed the excitement for this battle to the top. Many important people had personally come to watch, even Princess Xia Qingyuan. The 3 enchanting figures from the lower world had finally made it to the 9th layer of heaven. But, as Yi Futian had said, was this really a battle between the top figures of the upper and lower worlds? Was Pei Qianying worthy of that title? As they watched the staff fall upon Pei Qianying's body, everyone's hearts beat rapidly. What did it mean to be peerless? What did it mean to be without a match? Even though they were on the Jiutian ranking, even though one of them was the son of a saint and had cultivated in the Lihan heaven, Yi Futian had only a staff. If Pei Qianying had not harmed Pei Qianying, Yi Futian would not have come from the lower world. The two of them were not at the same level. Yi Futian did not care about the Jiutian ranking. He had come from the lower world only because of Yi Wuchen. Enough, a voice rang out. The Zhuiying sword saint's face was extremely cold and as sharp as a sword. Seeing how grievously Pei Qianying had been harmed, even a saint could not hold himself back. Bang! There was another loud noise as Yi Futian smashed his staff directly into Pei Qianying's chest. He flew into the air and then landed back on the law battle platform. Yi Futian stepped on his staff, pressing it into the platform. The arrogant son of heaven of the Jiutian ranking now lay there like a dead man. He had no power left in his body, and his organs all felt like they had been shattered. Only his eyes could still move and he could still think. But he would have rather fainted. Watching Yi Futian stepping on his proud figure, he felt endless hopelessness and sorrow. Everyone in Jiutian Temple had seen this battle. After this battle, he would become an object of ridicule in Emperor Xia's realm. Whenever anyone saw him, they would think of this battle and of Yi Futian, who had come from the 9 states, boasted of his unmatched prowess and then trampled all over him. After this battle, he would have no way to truly enter the core of the Lihan heaven. They would not be willing to train a disciple who had suffered such humiliation. He would have no way to come into contact with the best swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm, the swordmaster of Lihan. There was only endless hopelessness in his eyes. How could someone from the lower world be this strong? He didn't understand. How had he dared come from the lower world and fight his way here, and do this to him? Yi Futian was standing on Pei Qianying, but he did not care what he was thinking, just as he had not cared what Yi Wuchen was thinking when he had taken his life spirit. Only blood could repay blood. Yi Futian looked up at the Zhuiying sword saint, and his face became cold. He said, "Your son has stripped another of his life spirit. Did you ever think of that when you were training him?" Everyone saw that Yi Futian still looked very strong when facing the Zhuiying sword saint. The weak are not worthy of the gifts of the great path. Was it you who taught him to strip others of their life spirit? Without waiting for him to answer, Yi Futian said, "Now Pei Qianying is the weak one. What do you say?" The Zhuiying sword saint waved, and suddenly a silver sword went flying. It screamed through the air. It was Yi Wuchen's life spirit. His spiritual will began to fluctuate more strongly. But the Zhuiying sword saint still controlled his life spirit, and he said, "Take the life spirit and stop this now." Yi Futian cast a cold glance at the Zhuiying sword saint. Stop this now. His agreement with Xia Qingyuan had been that as long as he defeated Pei Qianying he could have the life spirit. But the Zhuiying sword saint was taking things as they came. Would he dare to not return it? Do you not care about the princess's words? Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian and then looked to the Zhuiying sword saint. These are the rules that Pei Qianying set himself. Return the life spirit. The Zhuiying sword saint's face grew ugly when he heard the princess's words. He looked at her and saw that she was still calm. In the past, Pei Qianying had removed Yi Wuchen's life spirit. He had been arrogant like no other. Now he had to pay the price. No one could complain. Fine. The Zhuiying sword saint looked into Xia Qingyuan's indifferent eyes. In the end, he did not dare disobey her. Suddenly the light of the silver sword turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards Yi Wuchen's body, entering it between his eyebrows. Chapter 925, Yi Futian turned his head. The sword's spirit had returned to its place. Yi Wuchen's brow chakra released a strong fluctuation of the spirit, and the aura of heaven and earth flowed in through the brow chakra. But these days, his spiritual will was greatly traumatized. It was obvious that it would not wake up so fast and that he was healing himself. Phoenix bent down and put an herbal medicine into Yi Wuchen's mouth. It was a remedy for restoring mental strength, which would allow him to heal faster. Yi Futian turned his head. The sword spirit had returned to its place. Yi Wuchen's brow chakra released a strong fluctuation of the spirit, and the aura of heaven and earth flowed in through the brow chakra. But these days, his spiritual will was greatly traumatized. It was obvious that it would not wake up so fast and that he was healing himself. Phoenix bent down and put an herbal medicine into Yi Wuchen's mouth. It was a remedy for restoring mental strength, which would allow him to heal faster. Princess, the life spirit has been returned and Qianying was defeated, so let it all end here. Zhuiying sword saint looked to Xia Qingyuan, apparently worried that Yi Futian would continue his offensive. However, in the beginning, when Pei Qianying allowed Gu Donglu and the others to challenge him in the 9th layer of heaven, it was sanctioned by Xia Qingyuan. Now that Xia Qingyuan was personally present as the witness of this battle, he did not dare to jump in to stop the fight. All he could do was inquire with Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan did not look at Zhu Sword Saint. Her eyes were still on the battle platform, fixed on Yi Futian. Stripping the others of life spirit, and now, in defeat, would merely returning it be enough? Yu Xing stepped forward, and his angry eyes stared at Zhu Sword Saint. If they had not come, or if they were defeated, what would the ending be? Was it not enough that he already made his move? Zhu Sword Saint cast a glance at Yu Sheng, and his eyes seemed to contain sword will within. Of course it was not enough, Yi Futian responded. He moved his foot away from the body of Pei Qianying, his palms extended, and the long rod landed on his palm as he was heading towards the location of the life spirit of the divine ape. At this moment, the divine ape held out his hands, holding the sword spirit at both ends so that the sword spirit was laying across in the air. In the Jiutian temple, countless many were shocked to witness the scene before them. Yi Futian, what was he going to do? You are out of control. Zhu Sword Saint stood up and a terrifying sword will pulsed out, but Yi Futian ignored him and continued to live, towards the divine ape. Pei Qianying laid on the ground, his eyes still open, and when he saw Yi Futian's action, his face turned ashy gray. His powerless body lay there, shivering slightly. He was already so miserable and fell into hell. Would Yi Futian not spare him? This was a life spirit, complete in its entirety. If it was destroyed directly there would be no chance of recovery. His cultivation would regress, impossible to advance in any way. His path of cultivation would end right here, and he would be useless from now on. On the view stands, many people on the Jiutian ranking watched Yi Futian's action, and their hearts quietly shuddered. This guy was entirely too crazy. Did he desire to have an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? Zing! At this time, the sound of music was heard, so powerful that it rocked Yi Futian's spiritual will. Yi Futian stopped and turned to look at the person who plucked the strings from the view stands, and saw that it was Mo Li of Lihan Sword Palace. Enough, stop here. Mo Li looked at Yi Futian, seeming not to have too much emotion. His voice was not loud, but there was a strange magic that could not be resisted. Mo Li also understood that Pei Qianying had stripped Yi Wuchen of his life spirit, and now that he had lost, he deserved the punishment. His strength was less, and for that, he must pay the price. But Pei Qianying was still his junior brother. If Yi Futian wanted to kill Pei Qianying in front of him, he still could not stand by and say nothing. Yi Futian's eyes were very cold. When Pei Qianying was stripping Yi Wuchen of his life spirit, no one had admonished him. Pei Qianying did not even care and had asked his 3 senior brothers to come to the 9th layer of heaven to qualify for battle with him for the life spirit. These people who were sitting in the view stands were probably waiting to see the visitors from the 9 states to make a fool of themselves. As for Wuchen, who cared about whether he lived or died? When his life spirit was stripped, who had cared? And now, Mo Li said to stop because it was enough. If you are willing to exchange your life spirit for his, I will stop. Yi Futian looked at Mo Li. Mo Li slightly raised his eyebrow, and next to him, Feng Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. You are much too arrogant. Yi Futian gave Feng Xiao a sarcastic look, then turned around and continued his walk towards the divine ape. Princess. Zhu Sword Saint looked extremely upset. He looked to Xia Qingyuan next to him, and there was even pleading in his voice. Now, only if Xia Qingyuan was willing would his child, Pei Qianying, be saved. Watching Yi Futian walk step by step until he stopped in front of the divine ape, he lifted the long rod in his hands and a horrible breath rule permeated along the long rod. Xia Qingyuan called out, Yi Futian. When Pei Qianying stripped the life spirit of Yi Wuchen, the princess did not intervene and thus silently condoned it. Now I have challenged Pei Qianying according to the agreement, and with the princess as a witness to this. Wasn't it so? Before Xia Qingyuan could say anything, Yi Futian had interjected to stop her. Even though he was extremely upset, the position of Xia Qingyuan as the daughter of Emperor Xia was superior and above all. He had not wasted the 3 days and had acquired some important information in the upper worlds. This Xia Qingyuan was Emperor Xia's youngest and most beloved daughter, born to the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm. Incredibly talented, her position in Emperor Xia's realm was unparalleled. And Yi Futian was a mere palace lord of holy lands that were within the jurisdiction of the lower worlds ruled by Emperor Xia. Even if he was upset, it was impossible for him to launch any accusation against Xia Qingyuan. When Xia Qingyuan heard those words from Yi Futian, she was silent and could not refute. Right, Xia Qingyuan said, looking at Yi Futian. In this case, I would like to thank the princess for bearing witness to this. As Yi Futian's voice trailed off, the long rod in his hand was lifted, exploding with the terrifying power of the rules. This instant in the Jiutian temple, countless eyes looked above Jiutian, staring at Yi Futian. His body became a beautiful arc, and the long rod in his hand split toward the sword spirit between the 2 hands of the divine ape. At this moment, countless people were holding their breath and stared at the scene. No! Pei Qianying shouted weakly, his eyes full of despair. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and the long rod exploded with the power of the rules of the sky and blasted on the sword spirit. In an instant, the sword spirit was pulverized in the explosion. Lying there, Pei Qianying made a muted sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was diminishing madly as if all the planes were digressing. But at this moment, it was as if he could not feel the pain. At this moment, he only felt that his soul was tearing and the pain went directly to his heart. He recalled his glorious life until now, born into an extraordinary family, the proud son who was treasured and praised. He was the son of a sword saint, the disciple of Lihan Heaven. He stepped onto the Jiutian ranking with dazzling and incomparable stance. Even in Emperor Xia's realm, there was a place for him, and in the future when he entered the Saint Plane, he would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in Emperor Xia's realm. But now, all of it was like a dream. This dream was now broken. Now everything was gone. He was now a handicap. A handicap who could not move forward on the road of cultivation, an object of jokes, to be made fun of by the world. Everyone would remember the battle of today. That unparalleled figure of the 9 states, who climbed the sky stairwell and reached the 9th layer of heaven and laid waste of Pei Qianying who was on the Jiutian ranking. What a brilliant story. And the name of Pei Qianying now became the footnote of this story, to complete the fame of Yi Futian. How ironic. He just couldn't abide. Was it really all just because he had stolen the life spirit of someone from the lower worlds? And he had to pay such a painful price for it. Tears slid down the corners of Pei Qianying's eyes. They seemed to be tears for his own future predicament. In this instant, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, worse than death. The divine ape returned to its place inside Yi Futian's body. In Jiutian, it was silent, and not just in the 9th layer of heaven, but even the Jiutian temple. At this moment, it was exceptionally quiet. Yi Futian, a man from the 9 states, not only got through to the 9th layer of heaven but also destroyed the life spirit of Pei Qianying in the 9th layer of heaven, and in front of the disciples of Lihan Heaven and Zhuying Sword Saint. Pei Qianying, who was on the Jiutian ranking, was now a handicap. This battle, although somewhat different from what they had imagined, shocked them to the core. Other than Zhuying Sword Saint, no one cared about the life or death of Pei Qianying. The winner was a king and the loser was a fugitive. He had stripped the life spirit of others, and now that he was defeated, no one would sympathize with him. This is the price he had to pay. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and said nothing. From Zhuying Sword Saint, there was a terrible sword will permeating the space, and his eyes revealed murderous intent, but ultimately, he kept it inside. Yi Futian, in front of him, had destroyed his favorite child. Mo Li and Feng Shao also stared at Yi Futian with indifference, but they were also silent. The conversation before between Yi Futian and the little princess before was a silent consent. Gu Mu, the young master of the Jiutian temple, also kept quiet, so that there was a strange silence in the 9th layer of heaven. This battle stops here, Xia Qingyuan said. Gumu transmitted the message to the people around the battle platform, and immediately, the matrix was extinguished, the lights disappeared, and the Jotian Law battle platform sank below. In a flash, Zhuing Sword Saint landed on the battle platform, and almost at the same moment, the village chief descended next to Yi Futian and the others. Although Xia Qingyuan was present, Zhuing Sword Saint would not dare to make a wrong move, but it was a necessary measure that was still needed. What if he had gone crazy? His cold gaze swept over Yi Futian, and Zhuing Sword Saint took off with the body of Pei Qianying. Those eyes that were filled with murder. Mo Li and Feng Shao also stood up, looked at Yi Futian indifferently, then walked away without continuing to stay there. Xia Qingyuan still sat there looking at Yi Futian, and said, "Will you be willing to follow me to cultivate?" The hearts of the people in the 9th layer of heaven trembled. The little princess had personally invited Yi Futian to cultivate with her. Clearly, the dominant strength as exhibited by Yi Futian had even touched the little princess. Even Gu Mu's eyes flashed sharply. As long as Yi Futian was willing, he could now fly high. Not only was his talent superior, but with the little princess Xia Qingyuan at his side, who would dare touch him? The princess is being too kind, but I am the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state, so naturally my place of cultivation is at the palace, Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan, apparently refusing. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian deeply. This was already the second time that Yi Futian had refused her offer. Last time at the birthday banquet of Saint Xia, Yi Futian had already refused to go with her to the trial. She still said nothing, and simply stepped out and landed on the back of the sacred beast, the blue phoenix. With a long cry, the blue phoenix swung upward and left for the void. "We go back to the barren state," Yi Futian said, watching the departing figure of Xia Qingyuan. Chapter 926, Yi Futian and the others left with the village chief by riding on the sword. Their silhouettes quickly disappeared from the Jotian temple. Yi Futian and the others left with the village chief by riding on the sword. Their silhouettes quickly disappeared from the Jotian temple. There were countless at the Jotian temple who remained shocked and their minds still felt restless. All stages except for the ones at the 8th and 9th layer of heaven were closed, just so that everyone present would be able to witness those 3 from the 9 states get to the 9th layer of heaven, and then challenge Pei Qianying. They saw what they came to see. However, instead of a clash between titans as they had imagined it, the fight turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Gu Donglu fought their way up to the 9th layer of heaven and overpowered Pei Qianying and the other 2 mighty ones. They went so far as to destroy Pei Qianying's life spirit. Pei Qianying, who had been an unparalleled genius, ranked on the Jotian ranking, was thoroughly reduced to a product of a tragedy like none other. It was a harrowing sight to behold. No one had expected the lower worlds to have some mighty ones who were of such caliber. Pei Qianying was the favorite son of the Zhuing Sword Saint, and he was about to send him to Lihan Heaven for training, having high hopes for that son of his, hopes that ended up utterly crushed. The Zhuing Sword Saint probably harbored intense resentment over the outcome, but then again, it was Pei Qianying's fault for robbing others of their life spirits in the first place, and he permitted and attempted to refine the stolen life spirits as well. With Pei Qianying being defeated and destroyed in a fair fight, as well as having Princess Xia Qingyuan as the witness, there was simply nothing he could do. Even if the Zhuing Sword Saint were to simply go down to the lower worlds and commence a killing spree down there, ignoring the princess stance in this altogether, he would be fighting a holy land and saints, and they, in turn, could simply come up and wage a war against the Zhuing Palace. As for Lihan Heaven, which was the #1 swordsman training ground in the Emperor Xia's realm, it went without saying that it was an insult like none other for one of the students from the Lihan Sword Palace to be crushed in such a manner. But then again, it had been a battle that Pei Qianying fixed himself and also one that Princess Xia Qingyuan bore witness to. Countless at the Jotian Temple also witnessed the fair fight, which Pei Qianying ended up losing and gotten crippled. If Lihan Heaven were to exact revenge by mobilizing their saints, it would be an insult to their status as the #1 holy land of swordsmanship. Lihan Heaven was incapable of bearing such a loss, and while they resented the outcome, the most they could have done was to simply have their own from Yi Futian's generation to fight him in order to regain their lost face. If they were able to cripple Yi Futian in return, no one else would have been able to say anything but to acknowledge the strength of Lihan Heaven. As for someone of such a high status as the sword master of Lihan, he would not have cared for something like that, as it was little petty squabbles between insects. The truly pathetic one from the incident remained to be Pei Qianying himself. If he had known that Yi Futian from the 9 states was of such prowess, he would not have set up one such battle at the Jiutian temple. The battle became the talk of the Emperor Xia's realm, but it would eventually subside with time, as Emperor Xia's realm was simply too huge and there were too many legendary figures around. Something major took place every single day. However, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Gu Donglu would remain names etched in the memories of many. At the very least, those who had been present at the Jiutian temple that day would remember them. Sword Qi filled the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state, streaking about like a bolt of lightning above the Holy Land. Countless below looked up at the sword flash and caught sight of many standing on top of the giant sword. Yi Futian the palace lord, Hua Jieyu, the saint, and the others were all home. Those who went to study outside were there as well. Where did the palace lord go to get all of them back? Many guessed, but no one had expected Yi Futian to spend his days in the upper worlds, fighting all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven. A sword flash glimmered above the holy sage pavilion and many came down. Many elders from the palace came to greet them. Dozhan, the sword demon, Huang Shi, Yun Shang, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others were all there. Donglu, Mingyue, I see that you're home, Zhuge Qingfeng said to his daughter and son-in-law. Father. Zhuge Mingyue nodded. Father-in-law. Gu Donglu nodded as well. So, did you 2 rascals grow during your days out there? Yu Qi said to Shuiyi and Luo Fan. Shuiyu was his son-in-law while Luo Fan was something like a student to him. Of course, Shuiyi smiled and answered. Zhuge. Su Quebec. Shuisheng. Huang Shi, Su Shang, Yun Shang, and the others came up, feeling relieved to see their sons and daughters return. Before that, many who ventured out from the other holy lands of the 9 states returned one after another, with only those from the Holy Ji Palace not home yet. All of the elders of the barren state worried sick about their offspring. As such, they came as soon as they saw Yi Futian bring them all home. It seemed that all had been well. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin went up and pulled Hua Jieyu aside. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Hua Jieyu took both of their hands and smiled. Yeah. Nandu Wenin nodded. At that moment, Lu Qinyu came beside Yi Wuchen and held his hand. I'm fine. Yi Wuchen smiled at her. He had come to during the journey. While he still felt rather weak, the undying old man was around to tend to him and his own regenerative powers would have him restored before long. As for what Yi Futian did, Yi Wuchen knew everything. Right. Lu Qinyu nodded lightly and leaned on him. Hey, you just got home and it's a bad idea to pull a public display of affection, you know, Yi Futian teased. Lu Qinyu glared at him, saying, your Jieyu is here. No need to get jealous of us. Me? Jealous? Yi Futian said in a rather disgusted tone. I'm taking him home to rest. Lu Qinyu took Yi Wuchen away, ignoring Yi Futian altogether. Yeah, a short period of separation beats being newlyweds and all that. Have fun, Yi Futian smiled and said. You too, go get some rest yourselves. You've been apart for more than 3 years. I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about, Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said. Right. Save anything else for some other time. Right now, these fellows need a few days of rest. Everyone departed, leaving for their own residences. The Holy Ji Palace became a far more lively place than it had been before. In the compound of the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yi Futian was having a simple but warm dinner with his teacher and the others. They did not talk about what was happening outside, and it seemed as if no one cared. Nobody asked anything about the progress of their training as well. Such simple, heartwarming moments were hard to come by with the sacred war still going on. It was Yi Futian's biggest wish to simply have everyone around him safe and sound. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu returned to their bedchambers. They went to the balcony, leaning against the fence and gazing at the scene before them. Yi Futian took Hua Jieyu's hand and said gently, "Jieyu, I haven't been able to talk to you much these days. I sure hope you won't hold it against me." Hua Jieyu turned around and tidied the hair before Yi Futian's forehead and said gently, "Right, I'm really mad about that." She naturally knew what was on Yi Futian's shoulders at the moment. As the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, it was only natural for him to have little time to attend to her when they were out there. As the wife of the palace lord, she had the duty to share his burden, and there was no way she would have cared little else for anything but their moments alone. "Is that so? Well, how should I make it up to you then?" Yi Futian smiled sheepishly at her. Hua Jieyu knew what he was thinking when she saw that face, so she stepped on his foot hard. "Ouch, easy there, honey." Yi Futian smiled and said, "You must have gone through a lot the past several years." "Not at all, actually." Hua Jieyu shook her head lightly and turned her eyes forward. "But the world outside is sure a big place. I always thought the 9 states were big enough, but Xia Qingyuan brought us places for the past 3 years or so. Vast lands lie beyond the 9 states, and there are more dynasties and clans and whatever than you could possibly count. There were many more places like Emperor Xia's realm. Renhuang's realm was at the upper worlds, and we even made it to the Renhuang ruins. Do you know that some places like the Emperor Xia's realm and the entire part of its upper worlds were reduced to a wasteland? There was a war that wiped out the entire realm and only ruins remain. We even managed to find mighty ones from other realms there. We always thought that the world that we live in was everything, but the divine prefecture was actually far larger than we imagined it to be. Some were simply born different from all others, like Xia Qingyuan. Her birth designated her vista to be higher than ours. While she is indeed arrogant, but she is truly exceptional," Hua Jieyu said, smiling. "You'd be better than her some day in the future." Yi Futian took her hand and said gently, "Don't forget that you're my empress." The line from Yi Futian reminded Hua Jieyu of the crackpot called Minister Zhua. She smiled and added, "Futian, do you know what came to mind when I saw everything in the outside world?" "What indeed?" Yi Futian shook his head and saw Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes gazing at him fondly. She then added, "I was thinking that it was your world out there. You were born to be a supreme emperor, destined to conquer one Renhuang realm after another. One day, you'll truly stand above the 9 heavens and gaze upon all of the worlds below." Hua Jieyu's eyes shimmered as she uttered those words. Her unparalleled looks appeared even more glittering. The vast, boundless world out there was where Yi Futian belonged. Yi Futian's hands caressed Hua Jieyu's face. He looked at her brimming eyes, then said, "Well then, guess what I'm thinking at the moment." Their eyes were on each other and Hua Jieyu blushed when she saw the smile in Yi Futian's eyes. She apparently knew the answer. "I'm going to take a bath." Hua Jieyu attempted to escape Yi Futian's devilish grasp. Yi Futian gazed at her alluring figure and patted at the dirt off him, then said, "It seems like I need to get washed up myself." Yi Futian then headed for the back of the compound as well. The rear of the bedchambers was sealed off and there was an independent space. There was a bathing pool at the front and an alluring figure was seen walking into it. Splashes were soon heard, and Yi Futian came to the side of the pool. The flawless figure in the water looked like a goddess bathing under the moonlight. "Take your eyes elsewhere." Hua Jieyu turned around and looked embarrassed. Her face was all red. "It's not like I haven't seen any of this before." Yi Futian sounded nonchalant but his eyes remained true. He took off his clothes and walked into the water. The silhouette with flawless curves and supple skin before him seemed like something that was made in heaven, so much so that it was enough to make any mortal go crazy. There was little doubt as to why many cultivators found it difficult to see past beauty despite their more adamant minds. Don't come any closer. Hua Jieyu's heart beat wildly when she saw Yi Futian doing the exact opposite. He actually came all the way here. He really has no shame. Darling, let your husband scrub your back for a bit. Yi Futian's voice was heard and she felt his claws on her skin. It rendered her face burning red hot. Everything went in the expected direction afterward and it was beautiful. Chapter 927, The warm embrace of a woman serves as the bane of heroes. The warm embrace of a woman serves as the bane of heroes. Many legendary figures who had been kicking up a storm at the upper worlds just a while ago had all put their training aside. The night was pitch black and Yi Futian held his wife in his arms in the quiet bedchamber, enjoying the peaceful, beautiful moment. The figure in Yi Futian's arms moved and he pulled his arms away. Hua Jieyu sat up quietly and put on some robes, walking outside with light steps. Jieyu, what's the matter? Yi Futian, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and followed the beautiful silhouette walking away. Moonlight showered onto Hua Jieyu. Her slender body was alluring and the pair of legs looked like sculptures made of white jade. The skirt of the pajamas that she had casually draped over her swayed, looking very enticing. I'll be going to train. Hua Jieyu turned around and smiled at Yi Futian. So you're fine with leaving me alone in the room? Yi Futian added, Jieyu, you've spent more than 3 years out there. Get some rest. It's exactly due to having trained out there and seeing many excellent figures that I need to work even harder. You were the one who said that one day I need to be more exceptional than Xia Qingyuan, no? She trained really hard and there's no way I can just slack off. Hua Jieyu then added, have a good night's sleep. No need to worry about me. Well, I'll go train with you then. Yi Futian got up, came to Hua Jieyu's side, and took her hand. He knew Hua Jieyu had been feeling stressed. Yeah, but I need to work on my psychic powers at the training platform and I cannot be disturbed, so sorry, but you have to train at the compound instead, Hua Jieyu said to Yi Futian with a smile. Have it your way. Yi Futian nodded. There was no one to disturb them there. It did not matter which spot he had to train at. Both of them walked outside, and Yi Futian arrived at the compound while Hua Jieyu went up to the training platform on her own. It was an independent space that looked like a sealed room. Matrices had been laid to ensure absolute silence. Hua Jieyu sat cross-legged and saw a shadow floating about. It was none other than the saint residing within Hua Jieyu's body. Why didn't you tell him? The woman asked Hua Jieyu. Teacher, I don't want him to be worried, Hua Jieyu answered. The saint had been residing in her body for years and she had been instructing Hua Jieyu. It was only natural for Hua Jieyu to address her as teacher. I'm against you continuing to train. Lots of unknown factors at play here and you need to talk to him about it, the saint added. It'll be fine. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, the fact that she chose me meant that I was a good fit for the training. Hua Jieyu finished and closed her eyes. The saint looked at her and sighed deep down before disappearing and returning to Hua Jieyu's body. Spots of light emanated from her body and shot for the skies. She felt as if her powers reached a faraway place, traversing the space between the heavens and the earth. Every sliver of spiritual chi felt crystal clear, so clear that she had never known it to be clearer before. Dazzling light glimmered around her, which gradually enveloped her body, making her look like a fairy. Boundless spots of light gathered behind Hua Jieyu and they coalesced into a visceral form. The glittering silhouette looked incredibly sacred as if it was a sculpture of a goddess. The appearance of the sculpture resulted in more and more spots of light gathered from her surroundings. Hua Jieyu's appearance had always been unparalleled. With her basking under the holy light, she looked like a goddess of the heavens, utterly flawless and peerless. It had been a month since Futian and the others' return. All of the holy lands throughout the 9 states caught wind that the ones from the barren state had returned. They were all rather surprised, but they knew little specifics. News hardly traveled between the upper and lower worlds after all. Saint Xia was surprisingly one of the few who caught wind of the news and had their saints visit the upper worlds. When Yi Futian left after paying a visit to the Xia clan back then, he had speculated that Yi Futian would go to try his luck at the sky stairwell. With Yi Futian and the others from the barren state back, he grew rather curious about what happened and wondered if something happened at the upper worlds. It was a given that he held little hopes about getting much from the saints visiting the upper worlds. Even if Yi Futian were to succeed at the sky stairwell, he would have been able to do little there, and news regarding Yi Futian would have been limited. Saint Xia was not the only one who was concerned about Yi Futian, as the ones who were most keen on anything regarding the barren state would have been the great Zhou sacred dynasty. It was a given that none at the sacred dynasty knew where Yi Futian went. It was just that Yi Futian had been keeping an unusually low profile after Saint Xia's birthday banquet 3 years ago. He hardly showed himself outside other than paying a visit to the 9-state college. There had been news every now and then regarding appearances in various places throughout the 9 states, but hardly any of that was verified. As for Yi Futian himself, he had been training quietly at the Holy Ji Palace with the students after returning. After the continuous battles at the upper worlds and the time he spent training after returning, he finally made a breakthrough and stepped into the upper-level Magi plane. He was a step away from the Archmage plane. At one of the training grounds of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian was seen standing somewhere high above. The wind blew and his clothes billowed. He cast his glance below and felt rather relieved to see cultivators training in all corners. The students of the Holy Ji Palace had been hard at work and their powers had grown considerably. It was but a matter of time that the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state became the #1 holy land in all of the 9 states. As such, he was in no hurry with the sacred war. The more time they had, the greater their chances of coming out on top. When both he and Yusheng made it into the Archmage plane, he would cease using his imperial will powers. There was simply no one throughout the 9 states below Saint Plane capable of standing in their way by then. What concerned him more was the power struggle at Saint Plane. The 5-year ceasefire agreement between saints was little more than a year away from expiring. A fierce sword will burst somewhere below. Yi Futian then saw a one-armed figure coming up to him. It was none other than Yi Wuchen. It seems like your sword will has grown considerably, Wuchen, Yi Futian smiled and said. It's a given. Try asking him about the level he is at now with the 3 types of sword will he had been hard at work to refine. Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu came on their swords and dropped beside Yi Futian. Are you guys jealous? Yi Futian smiled and said. I sure am envious, Zui Qianqiu said as he took a gulp from the gourd in his hand. Renhuang sword will, Yi Wuchen said with a gentle voice. Some words are better left unspoken, Wuchen, Yi Futian said in a rather serious manner. He was naturally happy for Yi Wuchen, but the Renhuang sword will had a lot of symbolic importance, so much so that even the sword saint up in the upper worlds wanted to take it for himself. If the news of him possessing the Renhuang sword will were to spread, many would come to target Yi Wuchen's life spirit. If it had not been for Xia Qingyuan being a descendant of Renhuang and, as such, having little interest in the Renhuang sword will, even she would have had thoughts about that particular life spirit. But then again, if Xia Qingyuan had not been of such high status in the first place, she would not have been able to get all of them to train in the Renhuang ruins. But this particular sword will is just too powerful. While I have succeeded in melding it to become my life spirit, but I'm still unable to fully make it become mine, and I've only been able to comprehend something from it. Even the Zhuiying sword saint would not have been able to truly assimilate this sword will, Yi Wuchen elaborated. He had little to hide from Yi Futian and the others. You're one hell of a crazy fellow indeed. When you were about to refine the sword will, I thought that your life spirit would burst trying to do so. It's a good thing that you made it through, Su Ke said. It was apparent that Yi Wuchen had been putting his life on the line to refine the Renhuang sword will. What about you two? Didn't any of you get anything out of your ordeals? Yi Futian asked with a smile. Of course we do, but they aren't worth mentioning compared to what this guy has. But then again, all who had been able to survive during their pilgrimages would have gotten something one way or another. That heavenly chosen list was filled with people of unparalleled talents with great things ahead of them after all. Xia Qingyuan had probably titled them to be heavenly chosen ones so to have them train in the upper worlds in the future, who would, in turn, come to serve her, Su Ke said. Are you saying that Emperor Xia intends to pass his throne down to Xia Qingyuan? Yi Futian mumbled. Bringing people from both the upper and lower worlds to train, is she trying to nurture her future power base? However, all from the barren state had relinquished their status as heavenly chosen ones due to the case with Yi Wuqian. According to them, Xia Qingyuan was rather irked by their decision. Yi Futian hardly concerned himself over that, as both upper and lower worlds made little difference to him. Every single one who returned had grown by a considerable margin. Oftentimes, a cultivator's growth was stunted not by their lack of talents, but their lack of exposure to the greater world outside. All cultivators possessed immense potentials. For example, if Yi Wuqian had only been staying behind at the Kangyi Kingdom within the 100 Lands, there was no way he could have achieved what he had achieved then. The highest plain there was to be seen there was little more than the noble plains. Uncle Yi. A tiny, childish voice was heard. Yi Futian looked up and saw a little condor gliding about and swooping down. A tiny figure was seen leaping down from the black-winged condor. Yi Futian took her in his arms. You've grown up and gotten heavier and heavier, little grass. Your Uncle Yi won't be able to hold you soon. Yi Futian looked at the little girl in his arms and smiled. The girl was about 6 or 7 years of age and looked like a porcelain doll. She was very good-looking, as her father, Shui Yi, had been a handsome man, and Yushi had been a renowned beauty at the alchemy city. Well, I'll come down then, the little girl said. No need for that. Your uncle can still carry you now. Yi Futian squeezed her nose. You've been sneaking out and disturbing your Uncle Yi again, little grass. Shui Yi and Yushi appeared. Yushi glared at the little girl, and she tucked her head away in response. Little grass is still a kid. Just let her play. Yi Futian knew that his fourth brother and Yushi were strict with little grass and had been exposing her to all sorts of books at a very young age. Don't spoil the kid. Shui Yi felt rather exasperated. The little girl was more friendly to Yi Futian than to her own father. But then again, he had not been around little grass much, having been gone for 3 years. If she gets spoiled, then so be it. I'll teach her in the future, Yi Futian smiled and said. When Yushi was pregnant with little grass, Yi Futian had been wreaking havoc at Alchemy City. He then went through dark times for a while, but Yushi did a lot for him and even got Yuchi to help him when she was still pregnant. The little girl had been born during shaky times. The Holy Ji Palace was never stable after that particular storm passed still. It was only natural for little grass to follow her parents and move to the Holy Ji Palace. The truth was, if it had not been for Yi Futian, his fourth brother and Yuchi would have been able to live very comfortably at Alchemy City. Little grass would have grown up being doted by many at the city. The city lord office of the Alchemy City had been moved into the Holy Ji Palace and the young little grass had been running all over the place with her parents since then. Yi Futian saw her as his own daughter, and the little condor often played with her. Alright, spoil the brat all you want. Yushi shook her head in exasperation, eliciting a smug look from little grass. Of course, she's the first daughter of the cottage after all, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Palace Lord. A silhouette was seen coming from the air. Yi Futian turned around and asked the one who came, what's the matter? The messenger handed an invitation to him with both hands. Yi Futian took the invitation and scanned it. His eyes had a peculiar look after that. Where did this thing come from? Su Ke asked. Shihua Sacred Mountain. Yi Futian closed the invitation and added, Lu Zong is about to marry Zhou Zi. Shihua's Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou's Sacred Dynasty are planning a marriage alliance, and I'm being invited to the event. Lu Zong is one hell of a fake and he is very ambitious. He is very powerful and gained a lot from the pilgrimage, now titled as a heavenly chosen one. I guess both Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty are piling their hopes onto Lu Zong now. Su Ke then added, with the relations between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace considered, this marriage alliance is apparently one that is made against us. This banquet isn't going to be a good one. With the ways things going between us and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, there is no need for us to attend the event, Yi Wuqian added. Shihua Sacred Mountain might be planning something against the Holy Ji Palace. Chapter 928, the news that the third disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong, would marry the princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Zi, led to a great stir in the 9 states. Invitations from Shihua Sacred Mountain were sent out all over. The news that the third disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong, would marry the princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Zi, led to a great stir in the 9 states. Invitations from Shihua Sacred Mountain were sent out all over. Everyone understood that this marriage alliance was of great significance. Lu Zong was the third disciple and could represent the will of Shihua Sacred Mountain, while Zhou Zi was a princess. This was almost equal to the 2 top holy lands in the eastern state forming an alliance. In the eastern state, the lapis lazuli holy temple was relatively weak, and although Sky Saint was himself quite powerful, he was only one person, plus his one disciple. A marriage alliance between these 2 great holy lands would certainly make Glass Saint feel a lot of pressure. After all, the Great Zhou Sacred King had always been interested in Glass Saint. This was no secret. As for Sky Saint, there was nothing he could do by himself, and so he was nothing to worry about. Of course, the people of the 9 states understood that the ones feeling the greatest pressure were not Glass Saint and Sky Saint. Instead, they were the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State and Yi Futian. Taking the sacred war into account, this marriage alliance would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, it was said that Lu Zong had had great luck in his trials with Xia Qingyuan, and he was a heavenly chosen one. Adding that to his identity as the third disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain, his name was widespread throughout the 9 states and had been pushed to the top. More than 3 years earlier, Yi Futian had refused to go to the trials with Xia Qingyuan. Now, those who had gone had made great progress and had had great luck. Now, Yi Futian did not know if he could withstand the might of those who had undergone the trials. After Shihua Sacred Mountain had convoked the 9 states forum, the eyes of the 9 states had once again been upon them. Many people set off for Shihua Sacred Mountain, and many holy lands had sent out people as well. And within Holy Sage Pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian summoned everyone together to discuss this matter. With a marriage alliance between these 2 great holy lands, it would be impossible to say that there would be no pressure on the Holy Ji Palace. And due to the sacred war, this involved the life or death of the palace. Sword Demon, Qin Zhuang, Yu Qi, Huang Shi, Yang Shao, and the others of the palace each looked over their invitations and frowned slightly. Although rumors of this had already made its way through the 9 states, when the day finally came, they still felt the pressure. What do you think of this, seniors? Asked Yi Futian. More than 3 years ago, we reached an agreement at Saint Xia's banquet. Those of us at the Saint Plane would not get involved in the sacred war. But those of us below the Saint Plane, other than the fact that we could not get the assistance of battle matrices, were unaffected. Although this is only a wedding banquet, the sacred war concerns the life or death of the people of the Holy Land. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty arranging some grand strategy there is not impossible, Yu Qi analyzed. I suggest that we decline and then wait and see. What we need is time. Everyone naturally understood what Yu Qi meant. Yi Futian's people were the most talented, and they were all growing quickly. In 5 or 6 years they would all be top sages. So, the Holy Ji Palace had been conservative for the past 3 years and not provoked the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty in order to let their powerful figures improve. Moreover, the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty might not care about the cost to kill the palace lord, said Sage Daozong. He also recommended not going. I have entered the upper levels of the Magi Plain. If the Great Zhou sacred dynasty wants to kill me, it won't be easy, said Yi Futian. Last time he was only on the Sage Plain, so any sage could threaten him. Other than being able to call upon battle matrices, it was quite burdensome. Now he had the power to protect himself. It would not be like before when every time he went out he was in danger. Moreover, Shihua's sacred mountain has invited me to the wedding feast. They would not go so far as to shamelessly try to kill me there, he continued. If they did that, then that holy land would lose a lot of face. That depends on how determined the Great Zhou's sacred king is to kill you, said Sage Daozong. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. The Great Zhou's sacred king naturally hated him, a sage-level figure, and had several times lost face to him, even though he was a holy king. I agree with the palace lord. Although the 2 holy lands want him dead, they have invited us to a wedding feast, and have moreover sent invitations all over the 9 states. This is not the time for them to try their schemes. Saint Shihua and the Great Zhou's sacred king still want to keep face, and the Holy Ji Palace is now famous throughout the 9 states. We have finally been recognized, something that we won for ourselves through the sacred war. We have the initiative. Since they invited us, why not go? Sword Demon supported the opposing opinion. As a swordsman, he was very direct by nature. They mostly want to stop our momentum. If we go, they will deliberately provoke and suppress us. If we don't, it will be equivalent to weakening our momentum. If they let other holy lands see this, it will awe those that are friendly to us, and at the same time, letting those holy lands that covet the Holy Ji Palace see our power. Don't forget, the Yu State and Jisheng Cliffs have been watching us all along. If they have an opportunity to act against us, they will absolutely not hesitate, said Huang Shi. When Jisheng Cliffs and the Yu State had suppressed the Barren State, the top forces of the Barren State had all experienced it personally. That battle had changed the Barren State's future. Because of that battle, Yi Futian had become the palace lord. Since everyone has different opinions, why don't we have Uncle Master Wanxiang perform divination? Yi Futian looked over at Sage Wanxiang. I did that before you came. This trip may cause turmoil, but it will present no great obstacles, said Wanxiang. Uncle Master was well prepared, said Yi Futian with a smile. This kind of fortune-telling was relatively simple and would not waste too much of Wanxiang's energy. However, I also divined the fate of the 9 states during this period. There were signs of turmoil, continued Sage Wanxiang. Yi Futian looked at him, then nodded. He had felt that long ago, and now Wanxiang's prophecy confirmed it. It looked like with the background of the sacred war, there would be a storm in the 9 states sooner or later. He only hoped that this storm would come a little later. It would be best if it could wait until he had entered the Saint Plain. At that time, he would have no need to fear anything. In that case, I have decided to go. As Yi Futian spoke, everyone nodded. Although they all had different opinions, once Yi Futian had decided something, no one would gainsay him. At that time, Yang Shao said, "My lord, I'd like to accompany you to the banquet." Yi Futian looked at Yang Shao. Although it had been several years, Yang Zhao's hatred for Lu Zong had not diminished at all. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety, said Yang Shao. Fine. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, my lord. Yang Shao bowed and left. Yi Futian watched his back. Lu Zong and Chess Saint had ordered his wife and several disciples to be buried alive in Nether Sword Mound. If this was not avenged, he would not be able to die happily. Now, Lu Zong's glory was seemingly limitless. He was a heavenly chosen one and was famous throughout the 9 states. Now his marriage was being celebrated by everyone in the 9 states. It was obvious how Yang Xiao felt. Afterward, Yi Futian selected the rest of his entourage. Everyone wanted to go with him, but Yi Futian selected only the strongest companions as well as those who had gone to the trials. Several days later, a group of cultivators set off from the palace. The village chief personally escorted them. In addition to Yi Futian, there were Yuan Hong, Yu Qi, Qin Zhuang, Su Shang, Yang Xiao, Gu Donglu, Sword Saint, Hua Jieyu, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Huang Jioga, and other cultivators. Moreover, many top-level sages and demonic beasts set out from the Endless Sea. They headed towards the eastern state through the sky in order to avoid presenting too big a target. The demons all moved forward by themselves so that even if they were discovered, people would not raise an alarm. This gathering of demonic beasts was done just to be prepared for all contingencies. This way, even if the great Zhou sacred dynasty was willing to lose face and kill him, he could use the army of monsters that he had hidden. Futian city in the eastern state was once again receiving attention from all of the 9 states. Many cultivators from the Holy Lands had arrived. Some of them had settled there in advance. This time, the lineup was far stronger than the last 9 state forum since people on the Saint Plain had come too. The saints of the 9 states had felt that the land was not peaceful, and thus they had personally come to the wedding feast to see the marriage alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and to see how far this alliance would go. Would they really ally together in a war against the Holy Ji Palace? This time, the famous Futian Tower of Futian City was not as lively as it had once been, seeming to be quite quiet. But at the top of the tower, a group of figures was eating and chatting. The people sitting here were all saints. Almost all the saints of the 9 states had come here personally. I've invited you all here to bring up a matter. I assume everyone has heard of the events in the lost ruins in the Endless Sea. The Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace looked at all the others as he spoke. Everyone nodded. They had indeed heard of this. The halberd of time and space really wasn't taken away by you 3 holy lands. A saint from the Hall of Holy Light's eyes were sharp as he stared at the saints from the Endless Sea. They still had some doubts after the news had gotten out, and still suspected the 3 holy lands. The halberd of time and space is number 3 on the divine implement rankings. But there is only one. How could our 3 holy lands divide it up? The saint from the celestial cliffs said unhappily. But there have been no movements from the Jiuying for many days. It's like it disappeared, someone said. The Jiuying is a sacred beast. It is treacherous and murderous. If it turned into a human and hid in the 9 states, no one would recognize it on the street. But if it got the halberd of time and space, it would not walk around carelessly but would cultivate vigorously. If we wait until it is strong enough to completely control the halberd of time and space, I'm afraid there will be a bloodbath throughout the 9 states. If there is any news of the Jiuying, the Holy Lands must be notified so that we may join together to annihilate it. Everyone looked evasive. They all had their own ideas. If they found a trace of the Jiuying, their first thought would be to kill it and seize the halberd of time and space for themselves. But now, no one knew where the Jiuying had taken the halberd of time and space. They could only wait for it to reveal itself. Chapter 929, The people from the Holy Ji Palace arrived 2 days in advance and settled in the temporary imperial residence. They were very low-key and did not cause any disturbances outside. They remained quietly in the palace. The people from the Holy Ji Palace arrived 2 days in advance and settled in the temporary imperial residence. They were very low-key and did not cause any disturbances outside. They remained quietly in the palace. Futian City was under the control of Xihua Sacred Mountain, and now Xihua Sacred Mountain was entering into a marriage alliance with the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The people from the Holy Ji Palace naturally understood that this was not the time to cause a scene. Even so, the people of the city quickly found out that Yi Futian and his entourage were there. Many people had been discussing him recently. Many of them said that Yi Futian had missed his chance to go to the upper worlds. Many of the top talents of the 9 states had become celestial chosen ones. Could things still be the same for Yi Futian as they had in the past? It was madness to think that one person could suppress all the geniuses of that generation. And now he was seeing the proof of that. After more than 3 years, they did not know what level Yi Futian was at. But Lu Zong had already reached the sage level, so he must be stronger than him. On this day, some people came to visit the temporary imperial residence where Yi Futian was staying. They were from the Yu clan of the Summer State, including 2 cultivators of the sages and saints ranking who had had occasion to meet Yi Futian before, Yu Jianglu and the daughter of Yu clan Yu Lingshuang. Although Yi Futian had not agreed to a marriage alliance with the Yu clan, they still maintained a good friendship, and so he naturally received them personally. They met in the courtyard of the residence. Yi Futian sent someone to bring food and wine as he entertained them. Everyone took their seats. Yu Lingshuang's eyes never left Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu beside him. She smiled lightly and said, "I have not had any news of you in over 3 years, Lord Yi. There have only been rumors that traces of you have been seen all over the 9 states. Are these rumors true?" "Probably." Yi Futian smiled at her and nodded. At the start, he had gone from 9-state college to the endless sea and had indeed left his footprints in many places. Then your experiences these past 3 years must have been very rich indeed. Yu Lingshuang smiled again. There's not much to say. I have spent most of these past 3 years cultivating. I went through several dangerous situations but managed to get through them unharmed. All in all, I've made a lot of gains, said Yi Futian. Yu Lingshuang's mouth hung open. Lingshuang, you're so curious. You're not going to let the matter drop until Lord Yi sits down and details all his experiences over the past few years for you, are you? Said Yu Jianglu jokingly. Yu Lingshuang's face went red. She realized that she had said too much, and she apologized to Yi Futian, I'm being too forward. Before Yi Futian could speak, Hua Jieyu said with a smile, not at all. Don't hesitate to ask anything you want, no need to stand on ceremony. After my husband returned, he often praised your beauty and gentle temperament. Yu Jianglu and Yu Lingshuang were obviously shocked, and they looked at Hua Jieyu in astonishment. Yu Jianglu was the more mature of the 2 of them, and obviously thought much more of this than Yu Lingshuang. Sitting next to Yi Futian with her noble bearing and exquisite features, Hua Jieyu was truly the kind of beauty that came once in a generation. She now had the attitude of a wife of a palace lord. The intent behind Hua Jieyu's words afforded food for thought. No need to praise me, madam. Before you, I can only feel unworthy. It is only because I admire Lord Ye's heroic manner that I am so curious about him and ask these questions. Please don't blame me. Yu Lingshuang lowered her head as she spoke. Although she was also a rare beauty, in front of Hua Jieyu, she was indeed inferior. Why would I blame you, miss you? From now on, if there's anything you want to know, sister, you may ask me directly. I will tell you anything that I know. My husband is honored indeed to be worthy of your admiration. Hua Jieyu smiled lightly. She had already gone from calling her miss to calling her sister. Hua Jieyu calling her this made Yu Lingshuang's heart beat heavily. She did not dare look Hua Jieyu in the eyes. How could she not understand Hua Jieyu's meaning? No wonder she was able to become Yi Futian's wife, she thought. She's an extraordinary woman. Then if I have a chance I will certainly call upon you, madam, Yu Lingshuang said quietly. Yi Futian had listened quietly to the 2 women talking. He flushed a little bit. It was like he wasn't even there. What was Hua Jieyu thinking? How do you feel about the marriage alliance that is taking place, Lord Yi? Asked Yu Jianglu, leading the conversation away from Yu Lingshuang's awkwardness. I have no opinion. Yi Futian lifted his cup and took a drink. I obviously have no say in whether or not the marriage alliance between Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty goes ahead. However, I am a little curious if Lu Zong will go to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty or if Zhou Zi will go to Xihua Sacred Mountain. You're quite calm about this. People from the Saint Plain from every holy land have come here for the wedding. Lu Zong and Zhou Zi themselves are not important enough to merit this, what's important is their backgrounds. Everyone thinks that this is no ordinary marriage alliance, especially for the barren state. You should take care, Lord Yi. I will keep that in mind, Senior. Yi Futian nodded. One more thing. I heard that the people from Jisheng Cliffs came here to Futian City many days early. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs is frequently in contact with Xihua Sacred Mountain. You should pay close attention to this, said Yu Jianglu. A touch of coldness flashed in the depths of Yi Futian's eyes. Of course, Jisheng Cliffs could not stand to be alone. Over the years, Jisheng Cliffs had always kept an eye on him and the Holy Ji Palace rising to prominence. There had been no actions taken, but the enmity between the two sides was clear for all to see, especially that of Kong Yao. Thus, if there was a chance to destroy the barren state, Jisheng Cliffs would certainly jump at it. Yi Futian had no doubts about this. However, now Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were providing them with a perfect opportunity. Thank you, said Yi Futian to Yu Jianglu. There was so much pressure on the barren state. Now that he was at the Magi level, the Holy Ji Palace was not weaker than the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. And as time went by, the palace would only get stronger and stronger. But if they also had to face Xihua Sacred Mountain and Jisheng Cliffs, it would be a disaster. Moreover, there was still the saint level that he had not thought too much about. If he could reach it in 5 years, what should he do? There was still no one who could contend with the Great Zhou Sacred King. Although the master had cultivated for more than 3 years, he was afraid that it was still not enough. At that level, it was not something that could be achieved within a few years. Yu Jianglu chatted for a while and then said farewell. Although he had not said it, it was clear that if Yi Futian was willing to form a marriage alliance with the Yu clan, they would still agree to it. But they had been refused last time, and Yi Futian had not brought it up, so the Yu clan would naturally not bring it up either. Even though they maintained a good relationship, the Yu clan was an ancient holy land, and they had their own pride. Ling Shuang is an intelligent, beautiful and kind person, and she admires you so much. If she was by your side she would certainly be obedient, Hua Jieyu said into Yi Futian's ear. Let's go. Yi Futian pulled Hua Jieyu away. Where? Hua Jieyu fluttered her eyelashes. Your husband needs to discipline you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and in these 2 days, Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty did not harass them. On the 3rd day, Futian City was completely shaken. In the early morning, countless people rushed to the foot of Xihua Sacred Mountain and looked up at it. Today, the most outstanding disciple of Xihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong, was going to marry the princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was rumored that all the holy lands of the 9 states had come to congratulate him, and even many of the saints from these holy lands had come. How could such news not cause a stir? This was why so many people had come here so early. Beautiful maids stood on both sides of the steps up the mountain in an impressive battle array. At that moment, a line of figures descended from the sky. Anyone who could directly descend from the sky on a day like today must be people from the Holy Lands. Out of respect, even the saints did not directly descend on the mountain, but instead descended towards the steps outside the mountain gates and then walked up the stairs. Today, all the people of the 9 states were guests. Those are the cultivators from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea. The people from the Holy Land of Qi State are here too. Look, that's Saint Ji, number 5 on the sages and saints ranking, said someone, looking at Saint Ji, the owner of the Hall of Holy Light. But as he looked at him, Saint Ji looked back and suddenly, everyone who was talking about him felt his extremely sharp eyes on them, as if they had crossed through space towards them. Their hearts suddenly beat faster. He was number 5 on the sages and saints ranking. So strong. The cultivators from the Holy Temple of 10 Corners in the Vajra region have arrived as well. A group of huge men descended from the sky. The people of Futian city had never seen such a grand occasion. And glass saint from the eastern state. At that moment there seemed to be a burst of color in the sky. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the graceful figure that descended. It was the foremost beauty of the eastern state, glass saint. Senior glass saint. A voice came from a distance, and a line of figures riding on a sword came over. On the giant sword, there was a carefree, handsome man calling out to Glass Saint. Glass Saint turned, and saw Yi Futian and the others coming. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Lord Yi. I haven't seen you for years. You have become even more radiant. I feel quite inferior standing next to you," said Yi Futian as he looked at her with a smile. "You were not so modest at the 9-state platform, Lord Yi," said Glass Saint with a smile. The noble and holy Glass Saint was so beautiful as to make one lose their breath. Even now talking and laughing, she was far beyond the realm of mortals. Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. This guy was confident enough to stop and chat with Glass Saint. There were so many Holy Land cultivators here, and he had sought out the most beautiful of them. Moreover, Glass Saint was willing to chat with a junior. On the 9-state platform, I was facing the great Zhou Sacred King, who is only good at bullying others and forming marriage alliances. How can he be mentioned in the same breath as the most beautiful woman in the 9 states, said Yi Futian loudly and clearly. People froze when they heard his words. It was no secret that the great Zhou Sacred King had an interest for Glass Saint, and now Yi Futian was mocking him in front of Glass Saint's face, saying that he was not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her, let alone pursuing her. This guy was too much. Chapter 930, Glass Saint smiled and said nothing. With Yi Futian openly antagonizing great Zhou's Sacred King, there was not much she could have said. Glass Saint smiled and said nothing. With Yi Futian openly antagonizing great Zhou's Sacred King, there was not much she could have said. On the side, Goddess Qingni took a deep look at Yi Futian. When she first saw Yi Futian at the Chess Saint Villa, it was the first time that the feeble Holy Ji Palace had gone anywhere outside the barren state. Even if Yi Futian held the title of the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, no one cared about him. At the time, Lu Zong was obviously more important in the eyes of everyone than Yi Futian, and Chess Saint had also chosen Lu Zong. Now, that time had passed. Yi Futian's name was known throughout the world, and now he was even audacious enough to joke with her master. One could see just how confident Yi Futian was. I heard Qingni said that the people from Barren State who went to the trial had encountered some trouble. Is everything all right now? Glass Saint asked those around Yi Futian. There was some trouble, but everything was resolved, Yi Futian replied. That's good to hear. Glass Saint nodded gently. Many thanks to all the senior sisters at the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple for watching out for us along the way. Next to Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu said to Glass Saint. During the trial, they had enjoyed a good relationship with those from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. This was why Yi Futian had told them that if there was to be trouble, they could join forces. I had heard them mention it. At any rate, while we were out there during the trial, it was good that we supported each other. Glass Saint looked at Hua Jieyu and said with a smile, but Palace Lord Yi could have allowed such exceptional beauty to go on trial by herself. I dare say he was far too trusting. My husband has his own affairs to settle, and as for the word exceptional, in front of the Glass Saint, no one is qualified to be described by it, Hua Jieyu said gently. Naturally you are a good match, Glass Saint looked at Hua Jieyu and said, laughing. Yi Futian watched the two women chatting and seemed to have forgotten the position of the Glass Saint at the moment. He just felt what he was seeing was pleasing to the eyes. Eastern State's premier beauty, Glass Saint, had been in that position since her youth, so it was not hard to imagine her amazing beauty. With the pure and holy temperament of being a saint, it was enough for lesser people to look upon her and feel their own unworthiness. No wonder even the likes of great Zhou's sacred king and other holy and kingly figures found her hard to forget. The group chatted mindlessly and soon, they were already entering Xihua Sacred Mountain. All the characters of the Holy Lands had come, and the banquet area of Xihua Sacred Mountain was had a very luxurious feast. When Yi Futian and Glass Saint arrived, the eyes of many cultivators from the Holy Lands were looking at them. Although Yi Futian was not yet sanctified, his reputation in the 9 states was no less prominent than that of the saints. Especially in recent years, no one could have compared to him in fame. And a woman like the Glass Saint, among all the saints of the 9 states, was rare, not to mention one with such beauty. At the moment, as they came together, it was inevitable that they attracted the attention of most people. Many people revealed an expression of intrigue. Yi Futian had really come to attend the banquet. Everyone knew that the marriage between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was aimed at the Holy Ji Palace. Not only had he come, but he came with the Glass Saint, laughing and talking. Was this deliberately done to make great Zhou Sacred King angry? Yi Futian and Glass Saint sat next to each other. Not far away, the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light looked straight at them, their eyes sharp and focused. GMO in particular, with a faint smile in his eyes, took a sip of the wine, then put down the glass and said, "You came back alive." The fact that Yi Wuqian and the others had some conflicts with the people from the upper worlds was known by everyone who went to the trial previously. Gu Donglu and the others looked at the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light sharply. During the trial, they were allies with the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, which meant that they were on extremely unfriendly terms with the Hall of Holy Light and even had conflicts with them on many occasions. If it was not because the trial process itself was fraught with danger and they were worried about mishaps, there would probably already have been great battles between them. But even so, in some of the conflicts that had occurred between them, the side of the Holy Ji Palace from Barren State still seemed to have suffered from some sneaky sabotage. In this trial, there were not many who were from the Hall of Holy Light, but they were all elites. Mo's talent was unprecedented with great strength, but the real terrifying character from the Hall of Holy Light was not Mo, but rather Jiya, also known as Saint Ya, whose level was second only to those of Saint Plain. Jiya, on the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states, was ranked second on the Sage list. It was not hard to imagine what a terrible existence he was. Jiya was relatively young, and his talent was extremely remarkable. His name was also on the list of heavenly chosen ones. "You guys are not dead, of course, we are fine," Su Ke said lazily. As he finished speaking, the eyes of those from the Hall of Holy Light became even more frosty. The corners of Mo's mouth raised slightly, and the cold sneer was sharp like a knife. "To implore the princess?" Mo said with a sneer. It was a surprise that Yi Wuqian could make it back alive, but it must have been on account of the little princess Xia Qingyuan that the people of the upper worlds made a concession. By now, naturally, the people in the 9 states knew of the true identity of Xia Qingyuan. When the incident involving Wuqian happened, the people of the Hall of Holy Light poured oil into the fire and stopped us, Hua Jieyu said softly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's gaze drifted in the direction of the Hall of Holy Light, and his eyes were very cold. Except that, there were no other grievances with Hall of Holy Light. But the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light were all show-offs, even the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light was the same, and they had issues with him. If it was merely that, he could let it go, but it appeared that the Hall of Holy Light had already made a move on those at the Holy Ji Palace. Glass Saint. The Glass Saint turned her eyes and looked to the direction of the Hall of Holy Light. The person speaking was the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light, Saint Ji, ranking 5th on the Saint ranking. "What is Saint Ji's advice?" asked Glass Saint. Among all the well-known figures among the 9 states, the Glass Saint is not only unparalleled in looks, but the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple under the command of the Glass Saint occupies a place amongst the holy lands of 9 states. However, be mindful not to be used by those who have ulterior motives, Saint Ji said. Yi Futian and the others looked at him, and it was obvious who Saint Ji was referring to. Moreover, he spoke openly and did not leave any room for the people of the barren state. Even more, the tone Ji Saint used was meant to embarrass Glass Saint. But in reality, Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light was indeed senior to the Glass Saint, so no one could really say anything about his attitude. I act on my own accord, so how could I be used by others? Glass Saint still appeared calm and without emotion. That is good to hear. Glass Saint has a reputation for beauty and gentle temperament, but on the matter of disciplined disciples, it is still better to be strict lest they cross the boundaries, Saint Ji again said. I will be disciplining the disciple of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Although the Glass Saint was still smiling, she was quite displeased at the moment. Saint Ji had already crossed the line, accusing her of being unable to control her disciples. It was most likely because of conflicts between the lapis lazuli holy temple and the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji nodded lightly and said no more, merely suggesting and not preaching. He did not care about what Glass Saint really thought. It was just to remind her, nothing more. In the land of 9 states, there were only a handful of people who could make him care. Moreover, the current power structure of the 9 states had not changed for many years. In attempts to upset the balance with a singular strength, endurance was key. Only by quietly cultivating until certain strength had been accumulated could one qualify to command a corner of the kingdom. It was certainly not showing off, describing oneself as unparalleled. A person who did not understand the protocol and wanted to take the advantage to elevate one's own position, no matter how incredibly talented he was, would eventually get to taste the indifference and cruelty of the world of cultivation. Today, the marriage between Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was proof, and time would make him understand. Saint Ji quieted down the banquet quite a bit. As 5th on the saint list, his words still weighed a lot, and everyone knew who he was talking about. Many people looked at Futian. Shihua Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty formed an alliance in marriage, with Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State still on the side. And now there was also Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light, who regarded him with great disdain. Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State could be described as in a state of crisis. The wedding banquet today was most likely to be a turning point for the situation in 9 states. In the land of 9 states, there may be major events happening. The people of the Jisheng Cliffs were in attendance as well. Kang Yao looked at Futian. This young man was extraordinarily talented, hard to find in all of 9 states, but talent was talent after all. But if Futian intended to rule 9 states out of nowhere, he still had a ways to go. Many people would not wait for him to rise. Yu Sheng, a voice called out, and everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. At a time such as this, was there still someone looking for those from the barren state? However, when they saw the person who spoke, they were relieved. How has your cultivation been since you returned? A dignified monk clad in a cassock, with great big ears, sitting on a seat, smiled at Yu Sheng and asked. Region Lord. Yu Sheng got up and put his hands together in greeting, showing a tremendous sign of respect to the monk, and answered, the teachings of Buddhism are broad and profound. I've continued to cultivate. That monk was precisely the one who ranked number 6th on the saint list, the Vajra region lord, the premier cultivator of War State. Well, even though you cultivate in demonic magic, your talent is not limited only to that path. Cultivating with Buddhism would minimize some of the drawbacks of the cultivation in demonic magic. Do not forego it later, Vajra region lord continued. Yu Sheng understands. Yu Sheng nodded. Futian also stood up and said to Vajra region lord, much gratitude to the master who taught Yu Sheng for the past few years. I will make sure that he continues his cultivation in the future. I am reassured now that I have the word of Palace Lord Yi. Vajra region lord smiled and nodded. Many who witnessed this scene revealed a look of surprise. At the birthday banquet of Saint Xia, the Vajra region lord had asked Futian to allow Yu Sheng to cultivate in the Vajra region. Now it seemed that the Vajra region lord held Yu Sheng in great importance and their relationship was quite deep. Although Yu Sheng was a disciple from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, now that he had forged a relationship with the Vajra region lord, he considered Yu Sheng to be half a disciple of his. Especially under this circumstance, with the Vajra region lord boundary openly calling out for Yu Sheng, was there some other meaning behind it? Every sentence from these major players was worthy of close scrutiny, such as Saint Ji's reminder to the glass saint. It was a kind of test. Now, these words from the Vajra region lord, were they also meant to remind some people don't touch Yu Sheng? Chapter 931, The mood at the banquet was slightly charged. Neither Saint Shihua nor the great Zhou sacred king appeared. Instead, it was Rain Saint of Shihua's sacred mountain who welcomed all the saints. Presumably, the hosts of the two holy lands were preparing for the upcoming ceremony. The mood at the banquet was slightly charged. Neither Saint Shihua nor the great Zhou sacred king appeared. Instead, it was Rain Saint of Shihua's sacred mountain who welcomed all the saints. Presumably, the hosts of the two holy lands were preparing for the upcoming ceremony. The guest list of those who arrived today was extremely impressive, much more so than the 9-state forum that was held at Shihua Sacred Mountain. Many commanding figures had personally arrived to show their respect. Lu Zong and Zhou Zi were only of the younger generations, and should not have had such influence. At this time, there was another group of cultivators coming from the void. They did not walk into the sacred mountain but instead went straight into the air. However, after seeing who these people were, no one said much. Those ranked before Saint Shihua on the saint ranking could enter Shihua's sacred mountain via air and no one could comment. Strength signified status. Moreover, the person arriving at the moment was Saint Xia. Many regarded Saint Xia as the leader of today's 9 states holy lands, someone who was highly respected. Saint Xia came in person. Many were a little surprised. The people from 9-state college arrived earlier, but Saint Li did not appear. No one had said anything because Saint Li's status was undisputable. But now, Saint Xia had personally arrived. Could it be that Shihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were held in such importance? Everyone got up. Even the saints stood up, and suddenly, there were a whole lot of people standing up at the banquet and greeting Saint Xia, who came from the void. Saint Xia. Rain Saint of Shihua Sacred Mountain took a step forward and bowed slightly. Saint Xia coming in person is a great honor for Shihua Sacred Mountain. No need to be like this. I just came to partake in a cup of wine at the wedding feast. Please, sit yourselves down. Saint Xia waved to the people. As he landed, everyone finally returned to their seats. Saint Xia, please. Rain Saint welcomed him personally and led Saint Xia to the most respected position in the front. Saint Xia and everyone from the family settled down gladly. Go about your business, don't worry about me, Saint Xia said to Rain Saint. Very well. If Saint Xia has any needs, please do not hesitate to let me know. Rain Saint put his hands together in obeisance and stepped back. At this time, Yi Futian was a little surprised. He had felt Saint Xia's status in the 9 states in the past at the birthday banquet, that he seemed to be the premier figure in the 9 states and even had some relationships with the upper worlds. Even when Xian Qingyuan came to the 9 states, she was there to find Saint Xia. Rumor in the 9 states had it that Saint Xia was from the bloodline of Emperor Xia. Perhaps such a possibility really existed. Not far away, the beautiful eyes of Glass Saint also flashed a look of surprise. The fact remained that the marriage between Shihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, even for her as the owner of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, had exerted pressure. 9 states had been quiet for many years, but the events that happened in these recent years all indicated that a time of upheaval might come to the 9 states. Yi Futian was likely to be a catalyst. After Saint Xia sat down, his eyes surveyed the crowd. Soon, his attention was fixed in one direction. Yi Futian, who sat slightly back, was stunned momentarily, and as he looked up and followed the eyes of Saint Xia, it seemed that Saint Xia was looking in his direction. Glass Saint, who was next to him, also noticed this, and could not help but look at Yi Futian. Could it be that Saint Xia still held a grudge about what happened at the birthday banquet? But with Saint Xia's position, he should not have minded. After all, in the eyes of saints, it was only regarded as a small matter. In an instant, Saint Xia turned his gaze away, but at the same time, Yi Futian heard a voice in his head, Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked surprised. Saint Xia was secretly transmitting his voice to him. Sir, Yi Futian responded with a secret voice transmission. You were really out of line. The voice from Saint Xia seemed to be somewhat displeased. Yi Futian furrowed his brows and responded, I do not understand. Did you know who the supervising inspector was? Saint Xia asked. Yi Futian glanced at Saint Xia. Saint Xia mentioned the supervising inspector at the moment indicated that he must have known what happened in the upper worlds. I know, Yi Futian admitted freely. They had overcome the 9th layer of heaven in Jiutian Temple in the upper worlds, so how could he have not known who Xia Qingyuan was? What was more, even Jieyu and the others had known what happened when they came back. Then do you know that the little princess is the most talented among all of Xia Emperor's descendants and that she was most favored and spoiled by Emperor Xia? Saint Xia seemed a little angry. I heard some of it. I also heard that Xia Qingyuan was born by the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm with Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia even said that her talent surpasses his own, Yi Futian said. You knew and yet you dared to refuse the little princess the second time. Saint Xia spoke with great displeasure. Princess Qingyuan may even become the next generation Ren Huang in Emperor Xia's realm. At Jiutian Temple, in front of everyone, she personally invited you. Do you know what that means? All you had to do was nod your head, and maybe you could be next to the little princess, following her in cultivation. You might have gotten to see Emperor Xia often and would have the chance to receive instruction from Emperor Xia, and you actually refused such an opportunity. Saint Xia was really angry. Even the saints did not have such an opportunity, and Yi Futian refused without hesitation when such an opportunity was within reach. When Saint Xia learned of the news, he had wanted to beat him violently. It had not been easy for the 9 states to produce such a remarkable character. The stronger the 9 states, the more likely it was for Emperor Xia to hold the 9 states in higher regard. For Yi Futian, it had been easy. It was said that he had refused without any hesitation. Yi Futian was speechless, but he was not angry. Though Saint Xia's tone seemed upset, the truth was that he felt sorry for him. But he did not respond. Could it be that he was very unhappy with Xia Qingyuan because of Yi Wuchen? Or did he think that Xia Qingyuan was not qualified for him to follow? Xia Qingyuan, after all, was only his peer. Naturally, this he could not have said to Saint Xia. However, Saint Xia seemed to know his thoughts and continued, I know that you think highly of yourself, you were able to overcome the 9th layer of heaven. Of course, you have the right to be proud. Looking at it today, your refusal to go to the trial now seems not to matter too much, but even if you are proud, don't forget where you are cultivating now. 9 states is under the rule of Emperor Xia. If you had agreed to follow the little princess in cultivation, even the marriage of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would not have meant much. One word from the little princess within the lands of 9 states, and who would dare to touch you? But now, if they knew that you had climbed the sky stairwell, entered the 9th layer of heaven, yet refused the little princess, their thoughts would still be that of eradicating you as soon as possible in order to eliminate any future concerns. When Yi Futian heard what Saint Xia had to say, he was embarrassed, and he understood why Saint Xia chose to communicate with him secretly. These words were not appropriate to communicate publicly. If it was not for him having climbed the sky stairwells and getting into the 9th layer of heaven, even Saint Xia would probably not tell him this much. After all, Saint Xia's position was there to be respected. He also knew that Saint Xia was right. Even if he held himself in high esteem, in the land ruled by Emperor Xia, following Xia Qingyuan was the most favorable choice. However, those who cultivated had their own personalities to contend with, and it wasn't just the considerations of the pros and cons. With his character, asking him to follow Xia Qingyuan to cultivate and asking Xia Qingyuan to protect him was something he could never have done, and wouldn't even think about doing it. Perhaps it could also be said that this was a disadvantage. As for some of the saints in the 9 states who knew of this news, they would indeed want to kill him as soon as possible, especially the great Zhou sacred king. The greater his talent, the greater the threat he posed. Therefore, it was natural to want to eliminate him early. Therefore, if Saint Xia had publicly revealed the news from the upper worlds, it would only be disadvantageous to him. It was obvious that Saint Xia was still being considerate. "Sir, now none of this will make any difference." Yi Futian's voice was tinged with a bit of bitterness. He could not refute Saint Xia's reprimand, and after all, Saint Xia was not being malicious. "If you are willing to change your mind and lower your stance, I can assist you in contacting the little princess, and there is still the opportunity," Saint Xia said again. Yi Futian was speechless. Asking him to beg Xia Qingyuan now just to follow her in cultivation. If it would give the barren state an advantage, it might be worth it to consider putting himself in this servile position. Whenever he thought about that person dressed in men's attire but who had a prettier face than women, looking cold and proud, Yi Futian wondered how he could have such evil thoughts. "Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but I think it's better to forget it," Yi Futian responded with a helpless smile. "You are stubborn," Saint Xia said hatefully. "Watch yourself." And there was no more voice transmission to Yi Futian. In fact, Saint Xia had already suspected that Yi Futian would not agree. After all, a person who could penetrate the 9th layer of heaven in the Jiutian temple naturally had his own pride. What truly shocked Saint Xia was that Yu Sheng and Gu Donglu were able to get through the 9th layer of heaven along with Yi Futian. It appeared that the future potential of the barren state was indeed a bit intimidating. In the future, he might be able to become someone like the Sword Saint of the Void or the Great Shaman. Next to Yi Futian, the Glass Saint had felt that Saint Xia was looking to this side, specifically at Yi Futian. Afterward, Yi Futian's eyes were full of interesting expressions. Could it be that he was in a secret exchange with Saint Xia? Because she was attentive on the matter, she had observed Yi Futian's expression very closely. "Saint Xia was looking for you." Glass Saint transmitted her voice to Yi Futian in whispers, curious. Supposing that Saint Xia really was secretly exchanging messages with Yi Futian, could Yi Futian figure into the reason for his trip? Yi Futian looked at the Glass Saint and nodded gently. The Glass Saint smiled lightly with a beauty that was dazzling. She continued to transmit her voice and asked, "What business does Saint Xia have with you?" Saint Xia deliberately communicated with Yi Futian. It must not have been anything ordinary, otherwise, there was no need to do so. Seeing the stunning beauty of Glass Saint, Yi Futian thought that no wonder she was the first beauty in Eastern State. When she smiled, there seemed to be a strange magical power coming out of her, which made it impossible to refuse her question. "Because of the matters involving the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace during the trial, I went to the upper worlds and made some trouble. Because of it, Saint Xia wanted to ask me something regarding it." Yi Futian said to the Glass Saint, "But I'm hoping you will keep it secret for me." Clearly, it was not because he was seduced by the beauty of the Glass Saint, it was only that he and the Glass Saint had always maintained a friendly relationship. Under the circumstances, even if his talent was outstanding, there would be no malice from her, and she may even aid him. So, for him, there was no downside. When she heard what Yi Futian had to say, astonishment that flashed through the beautiful eyes of the Glass Saint. Those casual and easy words of Yi Futian actually contained too much information. He did not participate in the trial but went to the upper worlds anyways, which meant that he went by the sky stairwell. Moreover, he must have made a lot of ruckus in the upper worlds, thereby attracting Saint Xia's attention. Thinking of the previous comment from GMO, the Glass Saint was thinking, what exactly did Yi Futian do in the upper world? Chapter 932, Glass Saint was growing more and more curious. She smiled at Yi Futian and said, I don't want to go the upper worlds, so why don't you tell me what you did? Glass Saint was growing more and more curious. She smiled at Yi Futian and said, I don't want to go the upper worlds, so why don't you tell me what you did? Yi Futian looked at Glass Saint. Although she had cultivated for many years, she looked to be not even 30 years old. She was young, beautiful, and had a dignified bearing that made it so that people were on their best behavior in her presence. But her smiles and frowns right now seemed to make him forget that she was on the saint plane. Of course, her temperament was still engraved in her bones. Even if it was not revealed in the form of her smile, it still carried with it an invisible nobility. Yi Futian rubbed his forehead and said, It was nothing. I just fought my way to the 9th layer of heaven in Jiutian Temple and refused Xia Qingyuan's invitation. It's not even worth mentioning to you. Glass Saint was stunned. She had naturally heard of Jiutian Temple. A strange look came into her beautiful eyes, and she smiled at Yi Futian. No wonder Saint Xia came personally. She shifted her gaze. She already knew what had happened, so there was no need to pursue this line of questioning. The goddess Qingni saw the strange look on her master's face. She had just seen Glass Saint smile at Yi Futian, and moreover, it was not just a polite smile like she had seen before. What was wrong with her master? Had she just been flirting with Yi Futian? Since the goddess Qingni had noticed, Hua Jieyu naturally noticed it as well. She leaned on Yi Futian's shoulder and said with a smile, You must be making preparations for your plan to take a concubine. Yi Futian shuddered and took her hand. What are you talking about? I was just talking to Glass Saint. Don't worry about it. I will support my husband, Hua Jieyu said with an ambiguous smile. Yi Futian's tone did not change. I think there is a misunderstanding, Jieyu. I've already agreed to it and you still don't dare. You have the heart of a thief but not his courage, Hua Jieyu said with disdain. But, Yi Futian was speechless. He couldn't bear this. Don't regret this. He was getting angry. Humph, Hua Jieyu snorted. If the saints present knew what the couple was talking about, who knew what they would think? They were talking about taking Glass Saint, whom the great Zhou's sacred king dreamed of pursuing, the foremost beauty in the Eastern state, the lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, as a concubine. At that moment there was a splendid brilliance in the sky and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, followed by a phoenix's cry. The dragon and phoenix cried together, and the holy mountain was shaken. Everyone there looked up and saw a beautiful golden dragon gliding through the clouds. It danced up through the sky, tracing a magnificent arc. On the other side, a golden phoenix descended. The sky was incomparably radiant. After the dragon and phoenix came hundreds of beautiful birds. Even the people of Shihua Sacred Mountain's hearts were swayed when they saw this beautiful scene. This was truly worthy of the wedding between Lu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the palace lord of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The dragon and phoenix descended, and Lu Zong's figure appeared atop its head, looking magnificent. Zhou Ziyi was atop the golden phoenix. She wore a phoenix crown and an embroidered tasseled cape. She had been dressed exceedingly carefully and looked holy and pure, and 3 times more beautiful than normal. Zhou Ziyi's bright eyes were full of smiles, making her even more beautiful. She had always admired Lu Zong, and now she was finally realizing her heart's desire of marrying someone that she liked. Moreover, Lu Zong was a disciple of a saint, a heavenly chosen one, and a genius talent. She was naturally quite happy with such a desirable groom. After today, she would be Lu Zong's wife. Many of the top figures of the 9 states had personally come. It would be quite difficult for another wedding in the 9 states to top today's. She was most satisfied. As Yi Futian watched this scene and saw Zhou Ziyi's happy face, he didn't know if he should feel the same as her. As a princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Zhou Ziyi was usually arrogant and rude. How could Lu Zong like her? She was nothing more than a tool to him. She thought she had found her perfect match, but she wouldn't know what kind of man the person sharing her pillow really was. Considering that Lu Zong had used the cultivators of the great Zhou's sacred dynasty, Shihua's sacred mountain, and Chess Saint Villa in a sacrificial matrix to try and free Chess Saint, it could be said that Lu Zong would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. But in any case, this would be the most glorious moment of Zhou Ziyi's life. Jieyu, our wedding was a little bit shabby compared to this. If we have a chance in the future, we should do it again. Yi Futian took her hand in his and rubbed it. Ever since this great beauty of Qingzhou Academy had taken his hand at 15, they had passed through many trials together. Now, seeing that Lu Zong and Zhou Ziyi's wedding was more lavish than theirs, Yi Futian felt a little bit embarrassed before Jieyu. Hua Jieyu felt the heat of Yi Futian's hand, and her heart warmed. She smiled beautifully and said, "At that time, you were on the noble plane, and the top figures of the barren state still came to witness our wedding. You call that shabby? That was the most satisfying moment of my life. But you deserve more. At least more than them." Yi Futian still smiled. But Zhou Ziyi is a princess of the great Zhou's sacred dynasty. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. He also deserved more than them. What are you thinking? Yi Futian rubbed her hand. I'm thinking that when you take a concubine, she can be no worse than her. That way I can save some face, she said with a smile. Yi Futian shook his head, speechless. The dragon and phoenix made their appearance on top of the ceremonial platform. Lu Zong and Zhou Ziyi stood facing each other and then walked towards each other. The dragon and the phoenix touched heads, and the two people took each other's hand. Zhou Ziyi looked at Lu Zong, her eyes beaming. My wife, said Lu Zong with a smile. Zhou Ziyi blushed at his voice. She nodded slightly and whispered, my husband. As the two of them spoke, the dragon and phoenix rose into the sky. The two people stepped down and walked to the front of the platform and bowed slightly to the audience. Congratulations, said Saint Xia with a grin. Suddenly everyone from the Holy Lands began congratulating them. Saint Shihua and the great Zhou sacred king appeared on the ceremonial platform. They walked to the couple's side. Saint Shihua looked out over the crowd and said, It is my honor that all the saints and members of Holy Lands have come to witness this wedding. So polite. On such a joyous day we should only be speaking of the wine, said someone with a laugh. Then none of you may leave until you are thoroughly drunk, said Saint Shihua with a smile. Of course. I would also like to take this chance to make an announcement. Lu Zong's talents are extraordinary. I have been teaching him all along with the three saints of Shihua Sacred Mountain. Now, he is already at the sage level. The princess chose him as a celestial chosen one, and so we at Shihua Sacred Mountain have decided to make him a son of Shihua. From now on he will be able to inherit my position, continued Saint Shihua. Everyone was visibly moved by this speech. Although Lu Zong had always been known as the most outstanding disciple of Shihua Sacred Mountain, and he had always been regarded as the future leader, there were always variables. This would lead to the other powerful figures of Shihua Sacred Mountain considering their own positions. And now, Saint Shihua had announced to everyone that Lu Zong had been confirmed as his heir. It seemed that he had great faith in his talent. Congratulations, everyone said once again. Their eyes all fell upon Lu Zong, including those who had gone to the trials with him. His performance in the trials had indeed been amazing, and he had had great luck. Shihua Sacred Mountain would find no one else in this generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Crack! Behind Yi Futian, Yang Shao clenched his fists. He stared at the ceremonial platform, and there was an unmistakable desire to kill in his eyes. But he controlled his emotions and did not give in to them. But this patience was extremely unbearable. The man who had buried his wife and several of his fellow disciples alive was now being watched by everyone as he was enshrined as the heir to Shihua Sacred Mountain. Moreover, Lu Zong had reached the sage level. Given Lu Zong's talent, it would be more and more difficult to kill him as time went on. Yi Futian heard the sound and looked back at Yang Shao. Senior Yang, the reason we came here today was to see what Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will do and to observe the situation. I, of course, understand your desire for revenge, but we should not act rashly here. I understand, answered Yang Shao. He naturally knew the meaning of patience. If he acted now, who knew who would die? Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had invited the barren state to attend, and so they would not take action in order to maintain face. If they acted first, they would give their opponents an excuse to make trouble. In addition, I have one more thing to say, continued Saint Xihua. He looked towards Yi Futian and smiled. Lord Yi has also come today. Since you invited me, of course, I came. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He was very polite, just like they were old friends. I'm so happy that you came. And there is something I want to discuss with you, Saint Xihua said with a smile. What is it? Asked Yi Futian. He had finally come to the main subject. Everyone's eyes also turned to Saint Xihua, waiting for him to begin. A holy war broke out between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace, leading to much loss of life. Now that Lu Zong from Xihua Sacred Mountain has married a princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, he is now like a son to them. In order to avoid conflict, Xihua Sacred Mountain will act as a peacemaker, he said to Yi Futian. A strange look came over everyone's face. A peacemaker? Could it be that Saint Xihua would mediate between the two of them? They couldn't believe it. Neither could Yi Futian. What do you propose? Asked Yi Futian. Since the Great Zhou Sacred King is the elder, why don't you make a concession and turn over the sword matrix of the void to him, and then apologize for your mistake in public? I think that way the Great Zhou Sacred King will stop pursuing the matter. What do you think of this, Lord Yi? Asked Saint Xihua with a smile. Chapter 933, Yi Futian looked up at Saint Xihua and narrowed his eyes a bit. He was still smiling, but inside, he was cold. Yi Futian looked up at Saint Xihua and narrowed his eyes a bit. He was still smiling, but inside, he was cold. Were they finally ready to make a move? Ever since the events at Nether Sword Mound, Yi Futian had suspected that the specter of Saint Xihua had been looming behind Lu Zong. Without Saint Xihua's support, Lu Zong would not have been so bold as to even bury alive people from Xihua Sacred Mountain in his sacrifice. Now, Saint Xihua was asking him to surrender the sword matrix of the void and admit his mistakes. He clearly knew this was impossible. If he really had the sword matrix of the void and gave it to his opponent, he would be under his control. Would the barren state survive that? But Saint Xihua had still proposed this. It was really just an excuse to get things started. Behind this marriage alliance must be the fact that these two great holy lands of the eastern state had already allocated the benefits. As for the specifics, he did not know. If I had the sword matrix of the void, do you think that there would be a wedding today? Said Yi Futian with a smile. All eyes fell on him. They naturally knew what he meant. If he really controlled the sword matrix of the void, then the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty might no longer exist. Perhaps your level is not high enough to wield the sword matrix of the void, and you can only control its techniques, said Saint Xihua with a smile. Of course, if you say you don't have it, I'm willing to believe you. But as long as you are sincere about this, it is no problem. For example, you could give that sword spirit girl. Or, I have heard that Yi Wuchen, the disciple of the barren state, has obtained a few sword wills. Moreover, they were obtained in Renhuang's ruins, so they may have been his sword wills. These can take the place of the sword matrix of the void. As Saint Xihua spoke, everyone's eyes fell on the one-armed figure behind Yi Futian. Had Yi Wuchen obtained Renhuang's sword wills? Although this was only a conjecture, if these were really Renhuang's sword wills, they would be enough to interest the saints of the barren state. Yi Futian's heart grew colder as he heard Saint Xihua's words. These light and airy words were pushing Yi Wuchen into a vortex. You must be joking. If Wuchen had really obtained Renhuang's sword wills, how could he have returned to the barren state? I heard that Lu Zong also obtained some of Renhuang's treasures in the ruins, which made him stronger. No wonder you have made him your heir. It looks like the great Zhou's sacred king married him to the princess in order to prepare for him inheriting both great holy lands, said Yi Futian. He had heard that Lu Zong had had great luck, but he didn't know what he had specifically found. But since Saint Shihua had mentioned the Renhuang sword wills, he could naturally use this topic to retaliate against his opponent. As for surrendering treasures and apologizing, I think that perhaps you have not figured out who started this sacred war. The barren state has taken a thrashing all along, and our casualties have been heavy. The one who should apologize is the great Zhou's sacred king, continued Yi Futian. I think that with your high status, you should be able to make a clear distinction between right and wrong and will not show partiality due to a marriage alliance by bullying my weak barren state. When everyone heard Yi Futian's words they could not help but blush with shame. The barren state had taken a thrashing all along. In the largest battles, had it not been the great Zhou's sacred dynasty who had come to grief? Bully the weak barren state. At the moment the barren state could not be said to be weak. Yi Futian was quite eloquent. He had said that he believed that Saint Shihua could distinguish between right and wrong. This would block him from doing anything underhanded. The barren state seems to have not lost much in the sacred war between the Holy Ji Palace and the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Instead, the three top forces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were torn up by the roots. For you to say that the barren state is weak and is being bullied is too modest, said Saint Shihua calmly. Our marriage alliance was not done deliberately to bully the Holy Ji Palace. After all, I still have a lot of appreciation for you, which is why I deliberately invited you here for a mediation. I hope there will not be any unhappiness in the future. You say it's mediation, but all that will happen is that we will apologize, said Yi Futian. You said that the barren state is weak. If it had not been for the supervising inspector saying that saint-level figures could not get involved in the war, who knows what would have happened to the Holy Ji Palace. Now, the great Zhou sacred king has given the princess in marriage to Shihua sacred mountain. If Lu Zong, the son of Shihua sacred mountain sees that Zhou Zi is in peril, can he just stand by and watch? What a dilemma for Shihua sacred mountain. Saint Shihua's manner grew colder, and he said with a little bit of severity, "Is it so hard for you to admit a mistake, Lord Yi?" As he said this, a bit of saintly presence suffused him, making the banquet extraordinarily silent. Everyone ate and drank quietly. No one intervened. Saint Shihua was obviously looking for an excuse to participate in the sacred war. This was a disaster for the barren state. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had put the Holy Ji Palace in a terrible fix. Yi Futian stared at Saint Shihua and said, "You are trying to force me to do something I am unwilling to do. The great Zhou sacred king should be the one making a concession. By saying this, are you determined to persist in your selfishness?" Saint Shihua said coldly. Everyone from the barren state's face was cold as they looked up at Saint Shihua. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He smiled and raised his glass, then drained it. He put it down and then once again looked at Saint Shihua. He asked, "This is my second time coming to Shihua Sacred Mountain, do you remember the circumstances of the first time?" Saint Shihua frowned. Everyone thought back several years to the 9-State Forum. That must be what Yi Futian was talking about. At that time, the barren state was weak and was written off by all the holy lands of the 9 states. Even when we attended the 9-State Forum, it was only in the servant seats. Yu Xing did not accept this, and so he walked onto the platform to question this. At that time, you disdained him. Before the war, no one cared about the barren state's feelings, said Yi Futian slowly. At that time, it must be that all the holy lands thought that the disciples of the barren state must be unbridled to dare to ask such questions. At the next 9-State Forum, most of the power of the holy lands were targeted at us. But how did it end that time? Yi Futian's eyes burned as he stared at Saint Shihua. Saint Shihua's face sank, and his eyes went cold. The result of that 9-state forum was that he had personally apologized and forfeited a divine implement. The barren state had taken first place, and on the whole, was the most dazzling. At that time, although he had apologized, Yi Futian was still very polite and respectful, so no one had said anything. But now he had brought it up again. This situation was similar to the one all those years ago. This sacred war was caused by the great Zhou sacred king being too overbearing, but now you want me to apologize. Weakness was the original sin, continued Yi Futian. Lu Zong buried many cultivators alive at Nether Sword Mound, even sages from Shihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou sacred dynasty, as well as many of Chess Saint's disciples. Is Lu Zong guilty? Has he ever apologized? Everyone looked up at Lu Zong. He had not only never apologized, he had even been made the son of Shihua Sacred Mountain and its future inheritor. Now he was marrying the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and had invited all the holy lands of the 9 states to his wedding. You are too arrogant. At that moment, Rain Saint stepped forward from below the platform, and the pressure of the divine path swept out. His face was extremely cold. Today was meant to be Lu Zong's day of joy, and Yi Futian had accused him of a crime. Yi Futian glanced at Rain Saint. He had understood what Saint Shihua had meant. He clearly intended to enter the sacred war. In that case, he would be a little bit arrogant. All those years ago, he had let Saint Shihua keep face at the 9-state forum, but now he was preparing to harm the barren state. He had no more reason to let him keep face. After this marriage, what do you plan to do next, Saint Shihua? Asked Yi Futian. He was too lazy to ask in a roundabout way, so he was direct. I have already said all I need to say, Yi Futian. Do you insist on this path? Saint Shihua's voice was low. You've already said it. Are you saying that if the great Zhou sacred dynasty has problems you can't just stand by with folded arms? Asked Yi Futian with a smile. You and the great Zhou sacred king must have discussed this before the marriage. Saint Shihua looked at him coldly. This Yi Futian was really a thorn in his side. He was not letting him keep any face. If this is why you invited me here today, I am here now. Whatever Shihua Sacred Mountain is planning to do, please do it, said Yi Futian. As for the feast, I'm afraid I can no longer participate, so I will leave. Upon saying this, he stood to leave. Behind and beside him, the others from the barren state got up and followed him. Such arrogance, came a cold voice. Yi Futian turned around and saw a man put his glass down and look up at him. It was the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs in Yu State, who had been given the title of Saint Ji. If the palace had not invited Emperor Xia to get involved all those years ago, the Holy Ji Palace would no longer exist, and we would not have this arrogant man at our feast, said Saint Ji coldly. He looked at Yi Futian. I want to remind you of something, Yi Futian. When the Holy Ji Palace invited Emperor Xia, he said that after the next battle of proving holiness if there were no saints in the barren state, the palace would be outlawed. Jisheng Cliffs must not do anything against you, but since a saint has come to the barren state, you can no longer say that you are being bullied. Everyone's hearts trembled as they heard Saint Ji's words. Another holy land had declared themselves against the barren state. Shihua Sacred Mountain, the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and the Jisheng Cliffs. If the 3 holy lands joined hands, it would be enough to wipe out the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace was possibly about to face its doom. Yi Futian looked at Saint Ji. Previously, Yu Jianglu had reminded him that Kong Yao had arrived at Shihua Sacred Mountain a few days in advance. Jisheng Cliffs and the great Zhou sacred dynasty had possibly also reached some sort of agreement. By targeting the barren state, they each distributed their advantages. He thought that with Jisheng Cliff's strength being behind that of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and Shihua Sacred Mountain, the benefit that they would get was probably the chance to occupy the barren state's holy land and take the Sage Hall for their own. As for Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, what would they get? At this moment, Yi Futian had Little Condor give an order at the palace. Chapter 934, Saint Ji's words had instantly put the barren state into an extremely dangerous situation. Because of this, the Holy Ji Palace would be facing 3 great holy lands. 3 holy lands had allied in order to send the barren state to their deaths, not giving them any chance of survival. After the wedding banquet, they would probably be thrown into turmoil. Saint Ji's words had instantly put the barren state into an extremely dangerous situation. Because of this, the Holy Ji Palace would be facing 3 great holy lands. 3 holy lands had allied in order to send the barren state to their deaths, not giving them any chance of survival. After the wedding banquet, they would probably be thrown into turmoil. Jishen cliffs are really kicking us while we're down, said Yi Futian sarcastically. Since Xihua Sacred Mountain invited me to come for this, I will not even finish my wine before leaving. On saying this, he rose into the air, preparing to leave. He did not plan to walk down Xihua Sacred Mountain. The others from the barren state rose into the air behind him and started down the mountain. Hold on, Lord Yi, came a voice. Yi Futian stopped and turned around to see a figure walking forward on the ceremonial platform. The person walking forward wore ceremonial robes and was the main figure of the banquet, Lu Zong. What is it? Asked Yi Futian coldly. I have already explained the events at Nethersword Mound. Chess Saint is the saint of the eastern state. In order to save him, some sacrifices were inevitable. If I were to face the same situation again, I would make the same choice. Lu Zong stepped into the air, full of righteousness, as if he were in the right. Those who did not know Lu Zong would probably be deceived by him. When he talked like this, his face did not betray him at all. However, you have repeatedly tried to humiliate me. Even though you are a guest today, and your talent is the crown of the 9 states, I still wish to teach you a thing or two. Lu Zong continued forward, and suddenly, his power coalesced in the air. The rule power of heaven and earth surged, the weather shifted and the great path resonated. All of this happened with Lu Zong at the center as he released an amazing amount of power towards Yi Futian. I'm not interested, said Yi Futian quietly as he continued to move away. Then you may do as you please. Lu Zong continued forward, and many afterimages appeared. Sound came from all of the images of him, as if he were everywhere at once, occupying every space. A strange look came over everyone's faces. Even the saints felt the incredible power there and were slightly surprised. This disciple, who had been taught by the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain, was indeed worthy of his reputation. Go ahead, Yi Futian, came an endless chorus of voices. The heavens and the earth trembled as the great path resonated. Lu Zong's endless figures reformed into one, forming a terrible storm. He descended in front of Yi Futian like a gigantic god. Golden light bloomed and pressed down from the sky. The godlike figure struck out with his fist and pressed it towards Yi Futian. With his strength, he seemed to crack the very air. Yi Futian turned around and faced the godlike figure. He seemed extraordinarily small, and it seemed as if this falling fist could crush him into nothing. An invisible airflow shot out around Yi Futian and he raised his fist. The starry laws crushed everything as they collided with Lu Zong's falling fist. His violent airflow swept out with a great roar, and many of the saints below waved their hands to relieve the pressure and block the aftershock of that attack. The airflow swept down from the sky, creating a hurricane. Yi Futian had been thrown back quite a ways, and Lu Zong was still standing in his original position. He did not move as his gorgeous robe fluttered in the wind. He truly looked like a hero. Has Yi Futian been forced back? Everyone below's hearts trembled as they watched this scene. Yi Futian was so strong that he was said to be peerless in the 9 states. This seemed to be the first time that he had been beaten back by someone of the same generation in a face-to-face confrontation. Of course, Lu Zong was on a higher plane than him, so being able to push someone back was quite normal. But this was Yi Futian. In many people's minds, this proud son of heaven should not be able to be defeated. Zhou Zi gazed at her husband Lu Zong, and her eyes were full of pride. This was her man, he could even defeat Yi Futian. In all the 9 states, no one can dominate an entire generation. I will witness all of this, said GMO of the Hall of Holy Light with a hint of irony in his eyes. Witness? He himself had been dominated. So this is the hospitality of Shihua Sacred Mountain. Yi Futian seemed very angry. We will meet again. On saying this, he walked away. All the people of the barren state cast a cold glance at Lu Zong, and then followed him. Soon they had all disappeared into the distance. Everyone at the banquet watched Yi Futian as he left. Their eyes revealed their thoughts. It seems that this man who went to undergo trials with the princess has improved greatly, said someone. Yi Futian considers himself so extraordinary that he refused the princess's invitation, and yet still thought he could be peerless in the 9 states. Saint Ji and Kong Yao both smiled coldly. Although this was only a casual confrontation, Lu Zong had still pushed Yi Futian back. This was extremely significant. Because of this, those forces that Yi Futian had pulled into a closer relationship would stop and reconsider. For example, the Yu clan of the Summer State. But at that moment, Saint Xia raised his glass and swirled it. His eyes revealed his thoughts. Just now, he had felt Yi Futian's aura. He was an upper-level magi. According to the Xia clan's news, when he had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven he was a mid-level magi. Those he had defeated were all upper-level magi. Could those at Jotian Temple really be so weak? Even if the people below were weaker, what about those on the 9th layer of heaven? Pei Qianying, the son of a sword saint and a cultivator of the Lihan heaven, had also gone to the trials with the princess, just like Lu Zong. But it was said that Yi Futian had crushed him in a humiliating way, crippling his life spirit. With that in mind, Yi Futian should not have been defeated by Lu Zong. There was only one possibility: Yi Futian was deliberately pretending to be weak. But why would he do that? Could it be that he was feeling the pressure of the alliance between the 3 great holy lands, and thus was pretending to not be very outstanding in order to prevent the 3 holy lands from going all out against him? He feigned weakness to paralyze his opponents. In addition to Saint Xia, Glass Saint also felt that Yi Futian was doing this. Yi Futian had personally told her that Saint Xia had come for him when he was in Jotian Temple. In addition, he had told her something before he left. Emperor Xia's will was present in all the holy lands of the 9 states. She wondered what he meant by this. Lu Zong seemed calm after repelling Yi Futian. He returned to the ceremonial platform and bowed to everyone. I apologize for disturbing you. My wife and I will raise a toast to you all. As he said this, 2 people stepped down onto the platform from the sides. Saint Shihua and the great Zhou Sacred King had come personally. After all the saints and important figures of the 9 states were here today. Since he had been respectful, they naturally had to return the compliment. After the banquet, the great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Ji should return to their homes to prevent Yi Futian from mobilizing his army when he returns to the barren state and making a sneak attack on the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Jisheng Cliffs. Given the current situation, it is possible that he now sees this as a case of either the fish dies or the net gets torn, said Saint Shihua. When he gets back to the barren state, we will already be back in the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. And even if I'm not there, we have a battle matrix there that the people from the barren state cannot break through, said the great Zhou Sacred King confidently. Saint Ji sat there calmly drinking his wine. He was not worried either. What could Yi Futian do? Would he dare to attack Jisheng Cliffs? After today, the 3 of them were on the same side. In their discussion about how to destroy the Holy Ji Palace and swallow up the barren state, the great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua had already agreed with him. After taking the barren state, Jishen Cliffs could occupy the Holy Ji Palace, and the Sage Hall would be brought back to his home. They would also get half the divine implements. This was enough to convince him. Moreover, there was bad blood between Jishen Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. They could not bear to see the Holy Ji Palace rise. After Yi Futian left Shihua Sacred Mountain, he traveled upon the sword. The sword pierced through the sky at high speeds. Yi Futian and the others stood upon it. Huang Jioge asked, "Why did you let him do it?" He naturally knew how strong Yi Futian was. How could Lu Zong have possibly struck him back with one blow? This is Shihua Sacred Mountain. They wanted to see me lose, so why not let them? Yi Futian answered casually. He had no interest in fighting Lu Zong. If he defeated him, would he have been able to kill him? Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had invited him, so they naturally would not move against him. But if he killed Lu Zong, murdering the son of Shihua Sacred Mountain while at Shihua Sacred Mountain, this would give them an excuse to act. Go that way, village chief. Yi Futian pointed to the northwest. A strange look came over the village chief's face. That is not the way to the barren state. The barren state was directly to the north of the eastern state. Go to Yu State, said Yi Futian. Yu State. Everyone's eyes became sharp as they looked at Yi Futian. Jishen Cliffs, continued Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts trembled. The sword pointed towards Jishen Cliffs in Yu State. Fine. The village chief did not ask why. He just changed direction towards Yu State. After a while, he frowned and said, "There is a large demon nearby." "Don't worry, it's mine. All the demons that I have on the road are going with us," said Yi Futian. A demon descended from the sky. The sword flashed over to the demon, meeting it, and the demon landed on it. As they moved forward, demons kept appearing, making everyone's hearts tremble. They would never have thought that Yi Futian would arrange this to guard against the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's attack. You are probably faster than Saint Ji, village chief. The barren state is closer to Yu State, and you are already taking people there, said Yi Futian. No problem. The village chief nodded and increased the sword's speed as they crossed the sky. It looked like Yi Futian had let Lu Zong defeat him to give others the impression that he was retreating. As they calmly retreated, it was likely that the three Holy Lands were still smug and self-satisfied. Behind Yi Futian, Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others all looked forward with sharp eyes. They would get revenge for what had happened in the past. What about Emperor Xia? Zhuge Qingfeng was still a little worried. When Jishen Cliffs acted against us, they did not notify Emperor Xia. He already knows of the enmity between Jishen Cliffs and us. Moreover, the three Holy Lands have formed an alliance against us, but I still have to follow the rules set between us. Yi Futian's voice was cold. Was he looking for death? And we're not going to destroy Jishen Cliffs. We are just getting payback for what they did to us. We're just requesting instructions from Emperor Xia. We're asking that he personally set the rules for this sacred war. Yi Futian looked off into the distance. Chapter 935, Yu State had 2 great holy lands and 3 great saints. Yu State had 2 great holy lands and 3 great saints. Jishen Cliffs had 2 of the saints, Saint Ji and Flame Saint. Jishen Cliff fully deserved the title as the top holy land of Yu State. Despite this, Yu State, the Barren State, and Ocean State, located in the Endless Sea, were the 3 weakest states in the 9 states. The Summer State, Qi State, War State, and Cloud State were the strongest. Thus, Jishen Cliffs had always been concerned about a place with no saints, like the Barren State. If they could occupy it, take the Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace along with its divine implements, and select the most outstanding people from the Barren State to come to their holy land for training, in time, they would grow stronger. That was the context behind the battle that had taken place outside the Holy Ji Palace. Although it was caused by the enmity between Zhang Xiao and Gu Donglu, Saint Ji's true desire had been revealed in the battle. It could be seen that Saint Ji had inspired the conflict. It was only because the palace lord and vice headmaster Lu Chan had not hesitated to sacrifice themselves that had attracted Emperor Xia's will and made it so that Saint Ji could not take the Holy Ji Palace. Jisheng Cliffs was built on a series of cliffs. It was a place where countless people from Yu State came for pilgrimage. At this moment, all was quiet there. Behind the mountain, a figure sat there cultivating by a steep precipice. This was Gu Feng, the head of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. He was a cultivator of the sage and saint ranking. He had been shut up here cultivating for a while, trying to make himself stronger to prepare for the next orthodoxy battle. There was not long left before the next battle of the saints. At that time, all the top sages of the 9 states would be going wild. Even though he was a sage, there was still a lot of pressure. Every battle of saints, there were very few who could prove themselves worthy of becoming a saint, few enough to count on one hand. Also, Jisheng Cliffs had decided to go to war with the Holy Ji Palace. He could use the cultivators of the barren state to temper himself. The battle outside the Holy Ji Palace several years ago had not gone well for him. The wind blew upon the cliffside, and Gu Feng opened his eyes. There was a brilliant lightning flash, and he could feel his heartbeat in his eyelids. He could not calm himself down. Something was making him uneasy. He did not know where this feeling came from. Gu Feng stopped his cultivation and he left the place with a flash. Those who were cultivating could feel the path of heaven and earth, and in the midst of it, could seize onto some unknown things. Even with his level of cultivation, what he had felt made him uneasy. He did not know why, but he felt that something was going to happen. Soon, Gu Feng came to a great hall and found another sage, Nia Yan. There were 3 cultivators in Jisheng Cliffs on the sage ranking, Kang Yao, Nia Yan, and Gu Feng. All of them had participated in the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace. "Senior brother," shouted Gu Feng. Nia Yan looked at him and asked, "Shouldn't you be shut away cultivating?" "I don't know why, but I feel uneasy. The master has gone to Shihua Sacred Mountain." "Could something have happened to him?" asked Gu Feng. "The head saint's level is so high, and he has never offended the cultivators there. How could something have happened?" "You shouldn't worry about it," said Nia Yan. "I'm still a little uneasy." "Why don't you go see Uncle Master?" said Gu Feng. Flame Saint was Nia Yan's master. "The master is concentrating on cultivation right now, so I shouldn't disturb him. Even if something does happen, the head saint and Jisheng Cliffs can handle it," said Nia Yan. Gu Feng nodded faintly as he stared off into the distance. Maybe he was just worrying too much. He didn't know what would happen. At that moment, a line of figures was moving through the air from the barren state towards Yu State. The person at the head was huge and as brilliant as a god. His body was full of the light of the divine path, and it covered the cultivators around him as well. He opened up an acupoint and light burst from his foot. He stepped across the sky. Though he was now a saint, Dozhan's speed was still astonishing. Yi Futian had ordered him to bring people to Jisheng Cliffs. It went without saying that he had waited for this day for a long time. When Jisheng Cliffs had suppressed the barren state, Crouching Dragon Mountain had been in imminent danger. After the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace, the 2 great palace lords had been killed. Although he did not agree with their ideas, everything they had done had been for the palace. If Jisheng Cliffs had not shown up, things would not have gotten to that point. This matter would finally be brought to an end. Black Wind Condor was also following him. When he was there, you could always get news from Yi Futian. Yu State was much closer to the barren state than the eastern state. But even so, the village chief had still gotten there first. He was waiting in a place far away from Jisheng Cliffs. In the end, Dozhan led the cultivators from the palace. There weren't many of them, but they were all the top fighters of the Holy Ji Palace, and they could form a battle matrix. Battle matrices could not be used in battles between the Holy Ji Palace and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, but a surprise attack like this didn't count. "Master," called Yi Futian as he saw Dozhan coming. Dozhan looked at Yi Futian, then at Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, and the others. A cold desire to kill flashed in all their eyes. They had thought their conflict with Jisheng Cliffs would be in an orthodoxy battle. They had not thought it would come this early. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. Everyone set out towards Jisheng Cliffs. Jisheng Cliffs was the foremost holy land in Yu State. It had been unchallenged in Yu State for many years and thus had been at peace for too long. Other than their attack on the Holy Ji Palace, they had not fought in a very long time, so they would naturally not have a strong sense of crisis. Therefore, Jisheng Cliffs had absolutely no defenses at this time. In a palace hall in Jisheng Cliffs, a stalwart old man with a fiery aura suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt alert as he sensed a strong threat. An invisible airflow permeated the room. His spiritual will stretched out and covered all of Jisheng Cliffs. He could now see what everyone was doing. It continued to spread out. A terrible power filled the sky, and suddenly his spiritual rushed in that direction. He sensed a mighty army descending. In an instant, Flame Saint was filled with shock. "Who goes there?" Flame Saint's spiritual will turned into a huge fiery dragon that roared and rushed out. It contained the power of the divine path. The village chief glanced at it, and his terrible swordsman's will turned into a huge sword that sliced down, piercing through the dragon and destroying his opponent's will. The fiery dragon burst apart and disappeared. Flame Saint's figure suddenly appeared outside the great hall of Jisheng Cliffs. He looked up into the sky and screamed, "Everyone in Jisheng Cliffs, hear my command. An enemy is invading, prepare for battle." His voice rang throughout Jisheng Cliffs, and everyone's hearts trembled fiercely at it. Jisheng Cliffs, which had been peaceful for so long, was now being invaded. What had happened? In an instant, countless auras bloomed and a line of figures rose into the sky. They appeared outside the cliffs and looked up. They all felt an amazingly powerful aura coming towards them. Gu Feng also appeared in the sky. He flickered towards Flame Saint, looking embarrassed. Had his uneasy feeling not been because his master had gone to Shihua Sacred Mountain, but because Jisheng Cliffs was in danger? A strong space rule power came from high in the sky. An incomparably terrible space storm descended, followed by a group of figures that appeared in the air above Jisheng Cliffs. Of the first three, the one on the left was an old man with the Ling Tian sword will, and the one on the right was a burly man who stood there like a god. The one in the middle was an extremely handsome young man. His robes were as white as snow. He swept his cold eyes over them. The Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. Flame Saint's face grew ugly. Both the saints of the barren state were here, and Saint Ji was not. He was the only one guarding Jisheng Cliffs. Moreover, Saint Ji had taken Kong Yao and many of the cultivators of the Jisheng Cliffs with him. What is the meaning of this? Flames burned in Flame Saint's eyes. Everything around him was extremely hot. When Jisheng Cliffs attacked the barren state, they first attacked Crouching Dragon Mountain and then Taihang Mountain. Our casualties were great. After that, you attacked the Holy Ji Palace, killing 2 of our palace lords. Now that we have saints, we have naturally come to pay you a visit, yelled Yi Futian. I am attacking you in accordance with the rules of the sacred war. Those on the saint plane will do battle with saints, sages with sages, and the nobles will not fight. But if you break the rules, don't blame us if we completely level Jisheng Cliffs. The rules of a sacred war. Flame Saint said coldly. There is no sacred war between us. You dare to surprise attack us, and don't fear Emperor Xiao's reproach? He couldn't handle both of the barren state saints, especially not the village chief. He was someone who could fight the great Zhou sacred king, and Flame Saint was at the bottom of the saint ranking. How could he compete with him? When you attacked the Holy Ji Palace, I notified Emperor Xia. He knows of the enmity between us. He will not reproach us. Moreover, your head saint, Saint Xia, announced at Shihua's sacred mountain, that he would launch a sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia will find out about that. The people of Jisheng Cliff's faces fell. Saint Xia had personally declared a sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace. But how could the barren state have mobilized their army so quickly? Attack, called Yi Futian in a harsh voice. He did not have a great desire for revenge for the deaths of the two palace lords. But he could not forget everything that happened at Taihang Mountain. On that day, a group of demon apes had lain in a pool of blood, staining the mountain. Yu Sheng and Jieyu had almost been killed. Those were the two most important people in his life. Even if it had not been for the two of them, the blood debt of Taihang Mountain could only be repaid by blood. Today, blood would stain Jisheng Cliffs. Boom! A loud noise rang out as Yi Futian shot forward. Divine radiance burst from Dozhan's sturdy figure. His life spirit and that of the Dozhan body were one, and he grew dozens of meters. He descended like a god, trampling towards Flame Saint. Flame Saint looked up, and his flames leapt up to the sky, rushing fiercely towards Dozhan. However, his godlike body was fearless. He let the flames burn upon him, bathing in the holy fire. The fire reached across the sky, turning into a fiery qilin. It devoured the heavens and the earth as it rushed towards Dozhan. Dozhan continued downward. He descended in a flash, and he opened the 7-star acupoints. Divine light poured out from within him, and he smashed his fists down toward the earth. There was a loud noise as Dozhan pierced through that all-devouring qilin. His terrible attack made Jisheng Cliffs shake, and many cracks appeared. Many buildings collapsed and shattered. Do you want to fight up above or directly on Jisheng Cliffs? Dozhan's godlike body stepped where Flame Saint had just been standing. Flame Saint soared far away, looking coldly at the violent Dozhan. Chapter 936, The body of the Flame Saint moved all of a sudden and retreated backward. Dozhan caught up to him and the village chief followed suit. With the village chief holding the fort, there was no way the Flame Saint of Jisheng Cliffs would have been able to run. The body of the Flame Saint moved all of a sudden and retreated backward. Dozhan caught up to him and the village chief followed suit. With the village chief holding the fort, there was no way the Flame Saint of Jisheng Cliffs would have been able to run. At that moment, terrifying dark red will burst from the Flame Saint's body, heading towards the tablet at the highest point of the Jisheng Cliffs. When the dark red will fell below, the entire place seemed to have been stained in red. Frightening aura exuded from within the tablet, staining the sky. At that moment, immense pressure descended from the sky, shrouding Jisheng Cliffs. I call upon Emperor Xia. The Flame Saint's voice resounded throughout the sky. With the barren state's people assaulting Jisheng Cliffs, the two saints knew well that they would not have been able to deal with the intruders. As such, they made a snap decision and called upon Emperor Xia. Dozhan and the village chief halted and Yi Futian went up. It was something that he had never expected, however, it was also what he came for. With 3 holy lands declaring that they would work together to fight against the Holy Ji Palace, if the saints from those enemies were to simply invade the barren state, there would have been no doubt that the Holy Ji Palace would have been wiped out. If he was able to cheat, it would have been the same for the other side. As such, he needed Emperor Xia to be present personally and set the rules of the sacred war, in order to decide what would have been the course of action to take from then on out. It was the very reason why he had attended Lu Zong's wedding, to be clear of the situation that the barren state was facing, in order to lay out plans for breakthrough. Immense pressure came from above. Renhuang needed only a sliver of will to subjugate all living beings. Emperor Xia's silhouette appeared once again. The solemn and imposing face appeared in the sky and said, Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu State, what would be the matter? Emperor Xia, Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace led an ambush against Jisheng Cliffs without gaining permission first, in order to wipe out Jisheng Cliffs, a holy land of the Orthodox, the Flame Saint reported as he bowed to Emperor Xia, presenting himself to be immensely respectful. Emperor Xia looked up and turned his eyes at Yi Futian. It's you. It was in the barren state during the last time his will manifested. The previous palace lord of the barren state passed down his position to Yi Futian. The little guy who was still in noble plain back then was of formidable training at the moment. Furthermore, said guy seemed to have refused Xia Qingyuan. Someone had actually reported that incident to Emperor Xia, which he found to be rather amusing. Greetings, Emperor Xia. I'm Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Yi Futian bowed solemnly and continued, the Flame Saint is deceiving you, Emperor Xia, and I would like to implore you to punish him accordingly. Bullshit. The Flame Saint turned his eyes at Yi Futian. The flaring red eyes seemed to almost wanted to burn Yi Futian down right there and then. Emperor Xia was the master of the 9 states, and no one was able to answer to a crime as severe as to deceive Emperor Xia. A word from the Emperor Xia back all those years ago had raised the Holy Land led by Ji Yuan, a figure ranked second on the saint ranking who was known as the Reaper. Ji Yuan disappeared without a trace. Emperor Xia was the absolute overlord of the 9 states, and the shared master of both the upper and lower worlds. Elaborate, Emperor Xia looked at Yi Futian and said. Emperor Xia, you were present to judge the matter regarding the Holy Ji Palace back then, and it was only natural that you knew what happened. Jisheng Cliffs had killed their way into the barren state all those years ago, and they had not bothered to ask for your permission to do that. I'm now simply here to settle the score. Is it so that while the Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state is allowed to bully the Holy Ji Palace, we're not allowed to retaliate? Yi Futian continued, furthermore, not long before the marriage alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was sealed and all from the 9 states were invited to the wedding, Saint Xihua had declared, with Saint Ji, that they were to join the sacred war in an effort to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace. We of the Holy Ji Palace just began to show signs of rising when 3 holy lands came to attack us, in an effort to suppress our rising by eliminating us outright. That infuriated me and thus, I brought my people to attack Jisheng Cliffs. Emperor Xia, if the 3 holy lands were ally themselves and bully us like that, the Holy Ji Palace will be wiped out without a doubt. Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs declared that he would join the sacred war personally in order to raise the Holy Ji Palace. Is the Holy Ji Palace not allowed to retaliate then? Are we of the barren state to simply roll over and die? This is not an ambush, and if it were to be ambush, it would have sufficed for the 2 of our saints to massacre Jisheng Cliffs. However, we know Jisheng Cliffs to be a holy land of your orthodoxy, and as such, we dared not overstep our border, resorting to fighting in accordance to the rules of the sacred war laid out previously. Yi Futian's voice was filled with sorrow and rage, heard throughout the entire place, so much so that he seemed he would soon break down in tears. The way he put it, the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state was in an extremely miserable predicament, as if they were at the brink of total extermination. The 3 holy lands were shameless bullies, and Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state had gone out of its way to wipe the Holy Ji Palace out. They of the Holy Ji Palace were only out to set things right, and they had been right to retaliate. Even the ones from Jisheng Cliffs were rendered speechless by his words. The Flame Saint glared with wide-opened, angry eyes. It had been Yi Futian who had led 2 saints, bringing a whole army to bear upon Jisheng Cliffs, and now it was the Holy Ji Palace that was wronged instead. That moment marked death for Jisheng Cliffs. Emperor Xia, he is distorting the truth, the Flame Saint retaliated furiously. If any of my words prove to be a lie, please sentence me to death, Emperor Xia. Yi Futian's voice drowned the Flame Saint's angry shout, putting his life on the line to set the matter right. Emperor Xia did not doubt Yi Futian at all. No one throughout the 9 states dared to deceive Emperor Xia. Furthermore, what Yi Futian had said was something that could have been verified with just a bit of digging. Emperor Xia then turned his eyes to the Flame Saint and asked, which part of his words is a lie? The Flame Saint looked deplorable. None of Yi Futian's words had been refutable. If the Master Saint of Jisheng Cliffs had declared that they would join the sacred war against the barren state, Emperor Xia would not have stopped them. In truth, Saint Ji never said that they were to join the sacred war, but the meaning was close enough, and Yi Futian had interpreted it that way. If Emperor Xia were to actually investigate the matter, it would have easily gone in Yi Futian's favor, as everyone knew from what was said very clearly, Jisheng Cliffs would act against the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia knew what was going from the Flame Saint's expression. He looked at everyone beneath him and said coldly, the odds were stacked against the barren state and 3 holy lands joined hands to bully them. If that was so, on what grounds do you see yourself fit to call upon me? Emperor Xia flared in anger and brought his might down on everyone below. Countless from Jisheng Cliffs were so terrified that they dared not look up. I'm only doing it for the sake of Jisheng Cliffs. The Flame Saint's face was ashen. None throughout the 9 states would be capable of standing against Emperor Xia's wrath. It was clear that Emperor Xia was convinced by Yi Futian's words and would not interfere in what happened that day. You have disturbed me twice within just a few years. If you're so eager to fight each other, then from this day on, if anyone throughout the 9 states' holy lands intends to wage a sacred war, there will be no more need to ask for my permission. However, given the holy lands throughout the 9 states are of my orthodoxy, you're forbidden to kill indiscriminately. Per the rules of the divine path stated prior, saints are not allowed to move against anyone below the saint plane. The same goes with sages. You can inform the 9 state guards when you're done fighting each other. Emperor Xia scoffed coldly and seemed very displeased. Countless were shivering beneath. Someone of Emperor Xia's status would not have been bothered much even if the 9 states were to be overturned. Emperor Xia's true base and roots were at the upper worlds, but given that the orthodoxies of the 9 states were capable of supplying him continuously with saints, battle of proving holiness was set in place, providing the people of the 9 states with opportunities to attain sainthood and become truly exceptional figures. Only such people would have been noticed by Emperor Xia, such as the Sword Saint of the Void and the Great Shaman. Given how the 9 states kept getting into trouble with each other and waging sacred wars, he saw it fit to just let them duke it out, letting only the truly worthy ones remain. How far Yi Futian would be able to grow was entirely dependent on his luck and ability. As you wish, Emperor Xia, Yi Futian bowed and said. It was his plan to invoke Emperor Xia's appearance. The Flame Saint had been but a chess piece in this round of his game. He would have had no way to call upon Emperor Xia to set the rules down otherwise. If Emperor Xia did not show himself, and if the ones at Shihua Sacred Mountain decided to not play by the rules, he would have died without knowing how he died. As such, before he left Shihua Sacred Mountain, he asked the Glass Saint if the holy lands of the 9 states had the will of Emperor Xia remaining in place. Relay my orders to all of the 9 states. Emperor Xia was heard saying before the heavenly pressure dissipated gradually until the Emperor's silhouette was no longer seen. It was clear that he sanctioned what was going on in Jisheng Cliffs. The Flame Saint's face was ashen. With Dozhan and the village chief being present, there was simply no way he could win. The rule laid out by Emperor Xia was clear. Only saints were allowed to fight saints. The Flame Saint waved his hands and brought a terrifying firestorm seemingly out to burn everything to ashes, going straight for Dozhan and the village chief. His body turned around, intending to leave as he said, the saints can't lift a finger against you all, get into fighting formation and give it your all. You want to run? The village chief snickered. His body turned into a sword and punched straight through the flames, flying straight for the Flame Saint. Dozhan stepped out with gigantic steps, making craters on the ground explosively as his stout body chased after the Flame Saint like some heavenly god. With Saint Ji not being around, they would not let the Flame Saint live. The score of the past had to be settled. Yi Futian scanned the mighty ones of the Jisheng Cliffs with cold eyes, before seeing a dazzling beam of light heading straight for him. It was Gu Feng, a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint rankings. He held a trident in his hand, which was a holy item used in the battles outside the holy Ji place back then. The sky turned and a devastating storm brewed as if the apocalypse was near, raining down straight from above and bombarding the ones from the holy Ji palace. As a student of Saint Ji and a figure ranked in the sage and saint ranking, there was no way he would have shirked from a true crisis. His mind had been wavering before, but presently, he had steeled his mind and wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Futian right there and then. The celestial thunder coming from the heavens was a large-scale rule spell which was of terrifying magnitude. Zhuge Qingfeng moved and the 8 trigrams matrix appeared around him. The holy item was activated and the 8 trigrams image appeared in the air, blocking the celestial thunder. Gu Feng himself had gotten near his target and the holy item in his hand pointed at Yi Futian. A terrifying lightning storm burst with powers out to tear everything apart. Streaking cloud. The trident lashed out before him. The apocalyptic thunder turned into a blinding beam of devastating light. 9 figures appeared before Yi Futian: Qin Zhuang, the sword demon, Su Shang, and the other 6 major swordsmen formed a sword matrix. Even though the holy sword was not there to boost the matrix, the power of the resulting matrix was still able to emanate boundless sword might and coalesced into a sword, under the joint effort of the 9. The sword clashed with the lightning coming at them. Devastating light flashed about in the air, so blinding that many were unable to open their eyes. Countless mighty ones from Jisheng cliffs took to the air high in the sky and burst with their life spirits, bringing raging auras of rules. Yet another figure stepped forward, Nya Yen, a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint ranking. His pupils were crimson, as if he would have only taken one look to kill anyone. He extended his hand forward, bringing the will of ashes and seemingly about to turn everything around him to dust. Another brilliant figure flew towards him. It was none other than Yun Shang, who held a holy item in the form of a scepter. She sealed the air around her with ice, blocking the will of ashes. Roar! A frightening angry roar was heard. The heavenly battle matrix was seen being formed in another corner. The one who took the lead in the matrix was no longer Dozhan, but Yuan Hong instead. He brought the power of the battle matrix and launched himself downward in a wild, unruly manner. Golden sheen shone brightly in the air. He held a ritual implement in his hand, a holy item instead of the polearm of divine destruction. The holy item used was none other than the infinite ruler, borrowed from sage Wuliang. When Zhan Shao killed his way into Taihang Mountain, the place became practically soaked in the blood of Yuan Hong's people. As such, no one else hated Jisheng Cliffs more than Yuan Hong. The wild unruly figure descended from above, and the infinite ruler in his hand burst with holy might. The shadow of the ruler appeared and slapped hard downward. It worked like a staff despite being a holy ruler, blocking out the sky with its might. Evade, a voice shouted. Yuan Hong took the might of the heavenly battle matrix in his own hands, and one could have imagined how terrifying that would have been. Ruler shadows filled the air and shrouded the space they were in. One instant was all it took to evoke the pain shrieks of his enemies. Those who were hit by the ruler were killed immediately. Chapter 937. At the side of the Holy Ji Palace, Yuan Hong was seen leading the heavenly battle matrix while wielding the holy item, the infinite ruler. His offensive capacity at the moment was the strongest under the Saint Plane. At the side of the Holy Ji Palace, Yuan Hong was seen leading the heavenly battle matrix while wielding the holy item, the infinite ruler. His offensive capacity at the moment was the strongest under the Saint Plane. Worse still, Yuan Hong was backed with intense anger to avenge all those of his own who fell at Taihang Mountain, meaning that he had no mercy whatsoever for his opponents. Many mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs were squished in an instant right there and then. Get into formation. Gu Feng did not forget to shout when doing battle with the 9 at Qin Zhuang's side. When Qin Zhuang and the other 8 brought the holy sword with him, no one was able to stand in their way. Despite not having the holy sword at the moment, he was still capable enough to deal with Gu Feng, who was wielding a holy item. The sages of the Jisheng cliffs joined the fray without falling into a mess and began to take their formations. Roar! Yuan Hong's roar resounded throughout the sky. His golden ape body became even larger. One step shook the air around them. He held the incredibly huge infinite ruler high, which continued to extend, then turned into a seemingly endless weapon. While Yuan Hong was not versed in Wuliang rules, the ruler itself held the power of the Great Path of Wuliang, which enabled the resulting attack to manifest as Wuliang itself, rendering it practically limitless in power. The mighty ones from Jisheng cliffs felt as if the sky was blocked out. The infinite ruler was brought down hard from above, making it seem like an apocalypse for everything below. Even top-notch sages wielding holy items would not have been able to withstand the force of such an attack. A thundering boom was heard as yet another group of mighty ones was reduced to dust by the ruler, killed right there and then. A group of mighty ones gathered at another spot of the peaks of Jisheng cliffs far away, getting a matrix prepped and charged. The one taking the lead was an elder with silver hair and beard, who was apparently a member of the elder generation who had been training hard for many years at Jisheng cliffs. He gave up after challenging the divine path and failing, giving up entirely and resorting to simply isolate himself in Jisheng cliffs and training. While he was not ranked in the sage and saint ranking, his actual powers were not all that far behind the ones who ranked near the end of the ranking. Light gathered at the center of his brow, infinite spiritual power emanating from within. Spiritual-type holy items were imbued at the spot, and it was the most treasured of holy items in Jisheng cliffs inventory. Many mighty ones stood behind him and siphoned their spiritual powers at the silver-haired elder's brow. Frightening Sura soon gathered in the space around him, its might encompassing Jisheng cliffs. The ley lines shifted, and the boulders at the crust of the earth moved, extending countless boulders, blocking all the buildings and palaces at the lower side of the Jisheng cliffs, sealing them below ground. The sages were fighting hard while the nobles were unable to do anything. He isolated the entire lower side of Jisheng cliffs from the battlefield, protecting all of them within. Earthly Guardian. A line was heard uttered by the elder. The aura was incredibly frightening. Yuan Hong took a look in their direction before heading towards them. One terrifying massive monster after another appeared in the air. The black dragon howled, a massive python spitting black mist, the black turtle emitting icy powers, with many other top-class monsters bringing their might to the battlefield. Yi Futian brought more than just the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace in that assault that time, he brought a powerful army of demonic beasts as well. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had someone who was adept in taming beasts. Humanoid guardians, the elder shouted once again, and one massive golem clad in rocky armor after another emerged, guarding Jisheng cliffs. Boom! The earth shook as Yuan Hong took one step after another, crushing everything beneath his feet. Seeing that Yuan Hong was bringing the heavenly battle matrix and closing in, the silver-haired elder cranked his spiritual willpower to the limit. Terrifying storms whipped up in the sky and divine light shone. One gigantic figure after another emerged from the storm as if they were being summoned from the heavens, descending like gods. Heavenly Guardian. The elder's voice shook, sounding as if the move had taken a severe toll on him. The figure summoned glimmered in dazzling light as if it was shining with true holy light. The elder's eyes turned extremely demonic. The Heavenly Guardian had opened its eyes, looking just as demonic. The elder extended his hand behind him. Dazzling light shone from within Jisheng cliffs, raining down onto the Heavenly Guardian. A holy hammer appeared in his hand, bursting with terrifying holy light. Some aura indeed. Yi Futian took a look at the massive, majestic Heavenly Guardian and the holy hammer. Jisheng cliffs was the #1 land of lineage in the Yu state, which meant that they were anything but weak. While they might have paled in comparison to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Yi Futian did not underestimate them. As such, not only did he had his teacher, Dozhan, led the figures from the barren state to meet up with him, but he had also mobilized his demonic beast army. It would have been very difficult to take down Jisheng cliffs otherwise. Things at the saint level were easy in comparison, but Yi Futian had not planned that the village chief would join in the fray. If he were to do so, Emperor Xia might have declared that there were to be no rules in the fights in the 9 states, and the saints would have been free to act against anyone as they wished. It would have easily turned into a disaster for the barren state if that were to happen. While Jisheng Cliffs was by no means weak, the Holy Ji Palace was not what it used to be either. After the Sacred War broke out, many who were ranked on the barren sky ranking joined the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace and trained there, furthering their training at the Sage Hall. Jisheng Cliffs, on the other hand, had yet to be able to gather the top forces in all of Yu State to join in the fight. As such, the barren state would certainly come out on top in this battle. At that moment, the summoned heavenly guardian wielding a holy item descended upon Yuan Hong. Thunder flashed in the heavens as it happened, and the might of the great path descended along with the holy hammer, seemingly about to crush everything beneath it. Yuan Hong did not dodge. The golden great ape continued to stand tall like a mountain while the power of the matrix continued to course all over his body in a frenzy. His stout body drew an arc in the space as he streaked by, bringing the infinite ruler onto the holy hammer. The two holy items clashed in midair. Devastating light rained down from above like beams foretelling the advent of an apocalypse. Jisheng Cliffs was caught in the calamity. The earth within a several hundred miles radius shook. Outside Jisheng Cliffs, there were who came on pilgrimages saw the fight above Jisheng Cliffs, feeling shivers running through their spines as their minds rattled. They had never seen battles of such a frightening scale and had never thought that there were actually people who would have assaulted Jisheng Cliffs. Those were the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. It was said that Jisheng Cliffs had invaded the barren state years ago, and now, the Holy Ji Palace was retaliating with extreme prejudice. Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state was, at the moment, dealing with a life and death crisis. The sword saint at Yi Futian's side stepped out and the demonic blade appeared in his hand. Terrifying demonic aura coursed about the air in an instant, manifesting as boundless demonic blade will, sweeping the place about while gushing into the sword saint's body. The sword saint seemed to have metamorphosed right there and then. His calm and collected silhouette turned incredibly imposing, while his eyes shone with a dark, demonic light. It was as if his entire being had demonized. His body had merged completely with the blade as well as demonic powers around him. He had wielded the demonic blade in a fight against Kong Yao back in the Battle of the Holy Ji Palace all those years ago. He had broken into Archmage Plane in the present day. The power unleashed by the blade was more powerful than it had been all those years ago. The blade howled as murderous intent gushed from within. The space around him seemed to have turned into a dark world, devoid of life, with him at the center. Even though he had broken into Archmage Plane, he still felt that he was not the one who was wielding the demonic blade when it was activated, rather, it felt more like it was the blade that was wielding him instead. The sword saint looked like a devil as he entered such a state. The light of darkness coursed above Jisheng Cliffs and a dark beam of the blade fell from the sky, like a blade wielded by a devil. One strike and it already seemed as if the space before the sword saint was cleaved open. One mighty one after another from Jisheng Cliffs was killed on the spot. Many mighty ones were shocked by what was happening before their eyes. Their minds shuddered at the terrifying blade technique. One humanoid guardian after another soon came, intending to stop the sword saint, who continued to move forward like a devil with unparalleled blade will around him. No tricks were played. Yet another wave of the blade and the space was cleaved again. The frighteningly imposing humanoid guardian was bisected right there and then before turning into nothingness. The sight frightened countless mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs, as they came to feel the fear of death. True battles were never about numbers. In the world of cultivators, truly powerful beings were able to take on armies of thousands alone. Emperor Xia would not have forbidden saints from acting against those below them in the rules of the sacred war otherwise. When a saint made a move, everyone below Saint Plain would have been wiped clean without any chance of survival. It became apparent that the sword saint became a being at the pinnacle of the sage plane. No army could stand for long before him. Other than battle matrixes, Gu Feng and Nia Yan, who were wielding holy items, were the only ones who were capable of standing in their way. However, at the moment, both of them had their hands full and were unable to turn their attention elsewhere. Furthermore, the number one figure below the saints at the Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao, was not in Jisheng Cliffs. Big Brother sure has become more powerful than before. Yi Futian turned to look at the sword saint. He first saw the sword saint use the demonic blade during the battle of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian's big brother felt as if he was consumed by the blade as he struggled to control it. Several years later, said big brother had grown more powerful and had trained outside as well. While he was still incapable of controlling the blade, he was able to use it in a more fitting manner. It was practically a free-for-all at Jisheng Cliffs. The heavenly guardian summoned by the elder was extremely powerful. It clashed with Yuan Hong in a frenzy, with every strike seemingly able to bring down the sky. Gu Feng was stopped by Qin Zhuang and the other 8. The battle between both sides looked terribly dangerous, so much so that one mistake could have been fatal. Nia Yan, yet another mighty one ranked on the sage and saint ranking, was taken on by both Yun Shang, the lord of the Ice Temple, and Huang Shi, preventing them from being overwhelmed. Other than that, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and other mighty ones joined the fray alongside many of the enormous monsters. All of Jisheng Cliffs was embroiled in a bloody battle at the moment. There was yet another group of mighty ones outside the battlefield who did not make a move. They were all of the elder generations of Jisheng Cliffs, staying hidden while their eyes followed Yi Futian. Yi Futian naturally took notice and noted that those people were formidable. Their goal was apparent from the fact that they did not join the fight, they were finding openings to target him. As soon as the palace lord was taken down, the fight would be over. They were entirely unfettered by the fact that the odds were overwhelmingly stacked against Jisheng Cliffs, and many continued to perish. They had no intentions of intervening, and that said a lot about their temperament. However, Yi Futian behaved as if he had not noticed. He sat cross-legged in midair and the Guqin spirit manifested before him. He lowered his land and began to play the instrument. A tune was soon heard throughout the battlefield. It was a tune that was full of rage yet was lined with a tinge of sorrow. Many were able to feel the vague underlying sorrow and brutality, with the place being washed by a bloodbath. The illustration seemed to have merged with the battlefield, becoming a part of the battle. Yi Futian continued to pluck at the strings as he recalled what had taken place in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Taihang Mountain, and the Holy Ji Palace. All of his thoughts translated to his fingers as he played, making the attacks of Yuan Hong, the Sword Demon, and many others become increasingly pointed and overwhelming. Their minds were reminded of what took place all those years ago. That day, Jisheng Cliffs was made to settle the blood debt they created all those years. With the 3 holy lands joining hands to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace, then they would pay for such a course of action with blood. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.